welcome everybody. I'd like to start. We're only about 3 minutes behind. As you see, we've got a fairly jam-packed schedule today, and Kathy's going to have her work cut out, keeping everyone on time. And just on that, first of all, I'd really like to thank the guest speakers, everybody that I rang, email or whatever, basically said yes straight away, including Kat's felt hammered down to do this. Every single one of these speakers is not costing us a cent to be here. And I just think that in itself is just a pleasure to work with this calibre of people. I won't hold you up any longer. I'll pass you over to Kat Sullivan. She'll be our MC for the day and to keep the good cracking, and hope you have a great day. There will be some people coming through, trickling through. Unfortunately, it's just the tyranny of distance and farmers and whatever else. So if we didn't start this early, we'd be running very late. So have a great day.
Thanks very much to Mark, and apologies we're running late already. My name's Kath, and I appreciate the whip cracking, and I think there perhaps could be a little prize for the best racing pun that makes its way into the presentations today. I am a Gippslander. I've spent a little bit of time at the Green Wattle Racecourse, but I've never been to the Wellington Shire's Farming for Success event. But I have, however, heard what a great day out it is, and I hope that you'll all take something from it. I'd like to begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, of course the Gunai Kurnai, and to pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and extend my respect to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander peoples who are here today. And in the spirit of International Women's Day, hats off to the ladies in the room and to all the men that they support and who in return support them. I'd now like to introduce Councillor Ian Bye, the Mayor of the Wellington Shire, who would like to say a few words. Oh, here, hiding from me.
Thanks, Kath. I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land, the Gunai Kurnai people, and pay respects to their elders past and present. I was also going to acknowledge International Women's Day, which Kath has also done, which is fantastic. Welcome everyone to the Farming for Success 2022, and thank you for having me here. Thank you to Regional Development Victoria as the major sponsor of this event. So a round of applause, thank you. I would also like to thank the speakers who have volunteered their time to come along today and share their stories, experiences and knowledge with our community. We're all looking forward to hearing about the exciting things that are happening now and in the future with our agricultural industry. Wellington Shire Council takes agribusiness very seriously. We acknowledge the sector as a major employer in the region, and we appreciate the vast economic contribution the sector makes to Wellington. I'm very proud to be standing here today, welcoming you all to as the industry comes together to share ideas and learn from each other. In a face-to-face environment, something we haven't been able to do for quite some time. Today is an opportunity to get a glimpse at what the future might hold for the industry as it continues to innovate, evolve and develop to ensure its survival. I'd like to take this chance to commend the industry on its reliance and resilience in what has been a very difficult 5 years. So much has been thrust upon the sector, from drought to flood, fire to earthquake, not to mention a worldwide pandemic that has rattled not only the industry but our farming families to their very core. Council is extremely proud to be associated with a sector that continues to push forward and thrive in the face of so much adversity. Today's conference has been made possible thanks to the support of the Middle of Everywhere, and I'll take this opportunity to remind you all to download the Middle of Everywhere app when you get a chance, which will help you plan your time in Wellington Shire. I hope everyone has a fantastic day, and I look forward to Wellington leading the way in agriculture into the future. Thank you.
Right, we're off and racing, and we should also acknowledge that it is a fantastic time in Australian agriculture at the moment. Just last week the stats came out, I think the sector's on track for something like $81 billion worth of food and fibre this year, just from farming alone, which is a magnificent thing to see, and just wonderful to have such great time farming across the district. And I'm wishing all of those up at the car sales the best of luck today. I'm not sure how they'll go if anyone's trying to buy in. Might be a cheaper day at the Green Model Racecourse. Anyway, we're honoured to have Damian Bell with us. He's the Executive General Manager of the Wagner Corporation. Damian joined Wagner Corporation in May of 2019 and is an experienced management professional with a background incredibly diverse, ranging from financial and legal advisory to whole of business management and accountability. He began working on major projects, infrastructure and associated financing in Australia and the UK with leading international law firms. Damian's worked on projects ranging from on and offshore oil and gas projects, power plants, transmission, technology, weaponry, transport infrastructure, as well as corporate and commercial projects, making him the perfect candidate to speak to us today. Damian grew up in Toowoomba and moved back home to the Garden City, where he currently lives with his wife and 3 children. And with a family history in Queensland dating back to 1856, the Wagner Corporation, in case you haven't caught up with it, is an absolute blockbuster powerhouse contributor to regional Queensland, and we're looking forward to hearing more. Thanks, Damian.
Thank you very much for that invitation. When you write those bios, sometimes you have to sort of think, that stuff. But very honoured to be here, so thank you very much. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners on the land which we meet today, and honour their elders past, present and emerging. Also recognise the International Women's Day on behalf of my wife, who works her absolute tail to support me and the 3 kids. We certainly couldn't do what we do without her. Kath, thank you for the invitation. It's our homecoming as well, to a degree. And Mark Coleman as well for his efforts in organising today. I'm very grateful and honoured for the opportunity. What I wanted to do was, I wasn't sure, where to start with our journey and what we've, mindsets and those sorts of things. So what I thought I would do with you today is just step through sort of effectively 4 sort of limbs of what to give you a concept of our region, so where I come from, a concept of our history, and then what we've been doing for the past generation or so, and then what we think we're going to be doing next in terms of planning and our future opportunities. So one of the questions that you guys might have to answer as well when you talk to the people outside the region, where are you? Who are you? We have to communicate this a lot. Where are we? Connected are we? So Toowoomba is essentially connected very close to Brisbane, obviously, 25 minutes by helicopter. I like putting that one first because it makes it sound really close. Then we're 3 hours to coasts and those sorts of things. Direct flights, which I'll talk a little bit later on, and connections to Australia and the world. So this is, I'm really trying to drive here the connectivity of our region. I'm trying to drive away from the argument that we're just too far away to be relevant. It's just easier to go somewhere else to be relevant. We're very well serviced with the infrastructure. I'll talk on that many times during the next 20 minutes or so. We are at the centre of a range of freeways, the New England, the Gore Highway, the Warrego Highway, and now the second range crossing. So we have, in the past 5 to 10 years, been able to put ourselves in the middle of a range of core infrastructure that facilitates the agricultural industry, the tourism industry, and also just the general economy around Queensland and South East Queensland. We've got a strong base to build on. We've got 171,000 people, 17th largest economy in Australia, and the largest non-capital inland city, obviously Canberra. We're GDP of 11.6 billion, which is a pretty good figure, but look at some statistics from the region here. It's actually punching way above, close to 7 billion GDP with a population of roughly 44,000. Now, regionally, I guess if you combine shires, it would be bigger than that, but certainly what impressed me was the volume and the scale of the industry here is actually a lot bigger than so that's a credit to everyone who's working on it. Lifestyle, it's a real lifestyle destination for traditionally older people, retirees, and those sorts of things. Service centre for Western Queensland. But it really prides itself on having a really enviable lifestyle. We've been awarded the family friendly city in one of the most beautiful places in Australia a few times. education and defence and medicine. So we're very fortunate as well to have a very diverse economy, so we're not relying on any one particular sector. So we've been able to ride through bumps in different sectors such as the mining industry, or whether there's downturn in ag, or whether there's other forms of economy. So we roughly break it into thirds. So we've got a third of the region economy is education, as well as services and skill education. We've got a great medical facility as well, with multiple hospitals, a great defence installation, and then general commercial economies roughly between 3.5 and 50 years. So we're quite diverse. And that's all the good parts, right? So what are the bad parts about what we've had to try to overcome? One of the things is our growth rate is actually lower than the state average by roughly about 1%. So that has some issues for planning and a part that we have to mitigate. We've got a negative net migration, which is a pretty common thing in most regional centres. We lose the 19 to 35-year-olds. It's very difficult to get them back. And that's part of what some of the plans that we work with our region and council and the state to try to correct. And how we correct that is kind of a bit of a battle, but we've got some plans. And then originally we lacked connected infrastructure to drive growth. So we were growing at 1% less than the state average. How do you lift it back up? The reality for us, it was connected infrastructure, building the infrastructure around which people can generate new businesses, new jobs, and new livelihoods. So a little bit about our history. So we're a private company owned by 4 brothers. Not dissimilar to many of you likely that have been in family businesses for a long time. We mentioned before the boardrooms are, I wouldn't say brutal, that would be too unfair, but they're very honest. You can think of a boardroom that people have been around for 60 years. There's not a lot of bullshit in a room by that stage, and you kind of get down to business very quickly. Which is one of our advantages and why we can make this thing so fast, because these guys have lived with each other for years. We know each other, but they know each other backwards. They make decisions very, very quickly. Obviously, headquartered in Buhler, we've got about 120 staff for baseline. We scale up to 300 to 400 for the projects, but generally speaking, it's 120 staff. The family dates back to 1856 in the region, but in 1989, I think this is sort of seminal moment for the Wagner Corporation, where we established the materials and construction business known as Wagner, which we then listed in 2017. In 2013, we commenced construction of the Wellington Airport, and we completed that in 2014, which I'll get into more detail on later on. We also constructed a wharf on the Brisbane River, which has got a good. It's okay so far. There's a lot of stuff floating down that river at the moment, but it's been a wonderful asset for us. In 2017, we listed the cement business. That's the aggregates and the new generation building materials business. We retained 55% ownership in that company, so we really do treat it as a effectively subsidiary. We try to make sure it's successful until the falls endeavours. In 2000, we were awarded the Qantas Group Pilot Academy, and that's related to the construction of the airport as well. I'll talk more about that later. And then from 2020 onwards, we get into a very rapid period of development. This is sort of demonstrating beyond a tipping point. It was waiting for something to trigger all these developments. It ended up being the airport that we built. But after that, you sort of crest the hill and come down and you start getting a lot of opportunities that just never been walked through before. So we start moving to the trade distribution centres at the airport. We've been selected by Boeing as being their only assembly centre outside of North America. We've done a deal with Pacific National to build their inland rail and northern hub. And we just delivered the Queensland Regional Accommodation Centre for the Queensland Government. So I think that what's interesting from that slide there is that we look at the activities going into 17, 11, 13, 17, and then there's all this rapid development after making the decision to invest in infrastructure. And so again, a very quick run through of what we've done. We listed the cement business, so that's cement, concrete, conduits, bulk transport, concrete services. And then we retained the Wellington Airport. It was with the Wagner Corporation, the airport, the business park, a real estate investment trust, industrial property assets, residential developments, which are in terms of extremely lots of wharf operations and infrastructure assets. And the infrastructure assets are really important. We were talking last night about the advantage that delivers is that we can do things faster than most people are supposed to, because we own the power network, the water network, the communications network. Which means when we commit to putting in a facility, we can put it in the next 8 to 12 months. So it's very difficult to do that. We and then we retain some industrial development sites up. Sustainability is, it's a big buzzword that everyone talks about all the time. We are absolutely obsessed with this at the moment. It's come into our view the last 24 months, and it was only heightened by the reality when we're talking to larger corporates, particularly offshore corporates. They make a certain set of assumptions about how you operate. And I can attest, absolutely guarantee that talking to one of the global corporates, there was an assumption that we didn't even start with the role, what's your carbon footprint? There was an assumption that it was zero, that we're going to be zero. So what's beyond zero? And then all these criteria came to us. And so everything that we're doing at the moment is through a sustainability lens. And that's not just because we think it's good for the planet or anything else. This is a requirement. This is the new standard that the larger corporates are going to live by and judge you by if you're going to be developing assets or trying to get them into your regions. Part of that is a bit of an understanding of history. A lot of these larger corporates are very big, very dirty, and they need offsets to counterbalance. They've all got plans to go net zero, but they don't have anything to counterbalance their old infrastructure. So a lot of them are using the new infrastructure that's very green, and that's something that this region can play into very well. So off the back of that decision to be more sustainable, we actually invested in and acquired a waste to energy company, mostly through it's a gasification through pyrolysis technology, but mostly so that we could get our footprint around sustainable technology, and so that we can have its application to the business part and the high energy users of the business part. As mentioned before, we use the water incubator. We use two main components in a lot of our constructions. One is constant carbon fibre, so we replace reinforced steel and rebar with carbon fibre equipment. And then we use a proprietary product of the listed company Earth and Concrete, which has a significantly lower carbon footprint. So the sustainability in the building products that we're using pretty much applies to everything that we do. And so we move from Brisbane, we start focusing on the business park in Wellington. The business park is 430 hectares of industrial land use and 315 hectares of airport. All three zones of impact, which is very, very important and quite rare in Queensland, to have high, medium and low impact zones. Those zonings are also very advantageous when you're dealing with companies, and I'll get to the precincts in a little while, around different businesses want to do different things, but they do want to co-locate. Having that flexibility around zoning impacts is very important for us. And we also have 4 kilometres of inland rail frontage to facilitate our rail terminal. The companies that are at the business park at the moment are Qantas, NBC Kinetic, who are a large mining services company, a listed company, Wagner Corporation, which is part of the food processing, and Fibre Gippsland. They're the existing tenants. The future tenants, and the current tenants as well, are all tended to be allocated into very distinct and clear precincts, which is something that I'll step through. Additionally, we've recently opened the Queensland Regional Accommodation Centre. This is probably more, a bit more in the press lately. We're very proud of the development because this is something that we took up the challenge from the state government to do. And we're very proud of our execution. It's a very challenging project. But again, I think it's an example of when you have the ability to find the services, and you couldn't have done this if you didn't control how or what that communications in place. And so having the ability to control that environment gave us the ability to execute that project. And so we sort of come in towards the airport. The airport, it's the first new airport since Tom Marine. It's the first private airport in Australian history. So no government funding, no assistance whatsoever. And I'll sort of explain that in a little while, but that's, in hindsight, we may have done that differently. We may have slowed down just a little bit to let people catch up, because that alignment between the 3 levels of government is really crucial to sort of ongoing successes. So we built the airport in 19 months. It's 2.87 kilometres long, so basically it can take every aircraft in the air at the moment. The only thing it can't take was the AM 2725, which is the Wellington Shire, and a fully loaded A380, which you don't get too many of anymore. Otherwise, every aircraft just flies the skies and land at our airport. 365 days a year as well, which is a really big selling point to a lot of aviation sector people. So we don't shut 24/7, 7 days a week. So no curfews. We don't have urban encroachment. We won't have urban encroachment because of the zonings we have. So a lot of confidence that airports and airlines can fly in whenever they choose, operationally efficiently, land, distribute their cargo, and turn around within 2 hours. We also recently completed the Regional Trade Distribution Centre. This was a joint venture between ourselves and the Queensland Government. This is a 4,000 square metre facility that facilitates trade and exports. This is both an ambient and cold storage facility. It's mainly used by, at the moment, for high value exports, so beef, pork, poultry, milk, green vegetables, and then bulk and heavy sort of mining equipment. Aircraft engines. It's been a great success for us, and it's been a real eye-opener on something where you get an alignment between the governments and the private sector, and you construct something that's really useful to a broader region, much bigger than us. But for the assistance from the governments, these sorts of assets don't be.
Ladies and gentlemen, these projects are catalysts for change and for growth. And we are already seeing inquiries from around the world wanting to look at Belcam to help with their freight tasks. And this facility will go a long way towards increasing air freight into and out of our region. This facility is just not an air freight facility, but also a facility that we can use to pack containers for export to sea freight. And we see it playing a pivotal role in the new multimodal freight interchange that we have committed to build by the time the Inland Rail is finished and comes to the end of 2020. It will ensure Toowoomba is further enhanced as a major logistics hub for not only air freight, but also for road and rail.
Today marks the beginning of a new world of opportunities for our regional producers, our glaciers, our growers, and our manufacturers. This centre represents the opportunity to take the best of Queensland more efficiently to the rest of the world. A new dawn for our farmers, our graziers, our horticulturalists, and our other primary producers. As you can see here today, the facility has 4,000 square metres of gross floor area. It offers cold and freezer rooms, temperature control, and ambient storage areas and transit areas. These are exactly the facilities needed for the export of premium goods of the freshest quality. 156 days ago, I stood on a bare patch of earth here. We had the ceremonial shovel to turn the ceremonial sod. But it wasn't really sod turning because behind us there were all of these earth movers, these trucks already getting on with the job. And 156 days later, we see the facility ready to go. Building this trade distribution centre supported 170 jobs during construction. As its operations increase, it will support hundreds more, both here and in agricultural producers across the southern half of Queensland. We know how important this centre will be as this entire Wellcam precinct continues to grow, and thanks to all of you for everything you've done to contribute to this facility and everything that you are going to contribute to the golden age ahead for our state. Thank you.
What I wanted to show you that for was a bit of a theme for the next. I'll try to rush. I know I'm going very, very fast, but there's is that without alignment between the local, state, and federal governments, it's very challenging to get these sort of communal projects up. It's very, very difficult to justify that at a business case. It just doesn't stack up. But to have that facility available to the local producers gives them access to markets and confidence that they're going to have a plane that's going to land. They're going to be able to get their produce into the markets at the right time of the week to keep their suppliers or their customers supplied. So that's what we've done. I want to spend a little time about talking about what we're going to do, because the planning process is very different for how we operate. We wanted to start trying to articulate a vision for what we have and what we're planning. We realised it was very difficult to do that in a theoretical context, so we started to try to put images in people's minds about where we think we're driving our developments and our organisation, to make sure we started working with people that were aligned to that same vision. It's worked out really, really well. I'll just play this. And that, we've used that a lot for different things, but basically that's just to make sure that we demonstrate to people, we explain to people what our vision for our precinct and our developments are. And I then sort of go down the line and say, if I absolutely firmly believe, so for example, that we're going to have a train station within the next 20 years. It's nonsensical thing that we want. We'll absolutely have a hotel at the airport. We're basically required to because the number of people that are going to be coming through. So trying to put a vision in someone's mind by saying, hey look, this is our journey, this is where we're going to get to. Do you want to come here? Do you want to come on this journey with us? That's been very successful last year. We've really seen the benefit of having a formed vision of what we want to do and explaining that in clear articulation to people. So then we went to a precinct planning phase. So what we found a challenge in the initial days was we would have a plan that was well-camped precinct, and it was, you know, you could do anything there with all three zones, like I said before. But great infrastructure access, what would you like to do? We found it actually a bit challenging not having a firm plan because people didn't know where they fit. They didn't know, well, where would I go? Would I be co-located with similar types of industries? Would I be with the exporters? Would I be with the manufacturers and so forth? So we've gone through a very clear, distinct planning phase where we've designed specific precincts for specific activities. Off the back of that has come some much greater and clearer picture of success. We've effectively got 11 precincts within the Wellington Business Park. And then once we started looking at precincts, it was much easier to say, oh, well, the rail precinct goes here. So we were then able to negotiate and agree with Pacific National, Inland Rail, 900 metre long terminal, 2 kilometre sidings, and that forms the basis for the transport logistics precinct in the hub. Based through some rebuilding and that time. We then moved further south on the precincts to the entertainment precinct. This was a construct that one of our chairmen is very, very passionate about trying to create a destination within Darwin Down, a destination within New Zealand. So it wasn't just about that we want more people to fly into the airport, that's part of it, but we wanted to build a more sustainable community. We wanted to be able to drive visitation to the region as well as retention of that age group between 19 and 35 that don't come back. We wanted to give people something to do on the weekends. That was a big driver behind the entertainment precinct. But the entertainment precinct essentially is it's a large precinct with a capable racetrack. We won't get here from Melbourne obviously, but we're really be targeting V8 supercars, Indy and so forth. I'm not suggesting that this region decides to spend $200 million on a racetrack by any means, but I am using it as an example of thinking outside the box in terms of creating a destination and things to do for the region that can attract both permanent residents and visitation and tourism. And certainly going through the business case for this particular development, I was stunned to see how much money moves on non-capital intensive entertainment projects like this. So festivals, not expensive to construct, but attract enormous gross value add to the region. And off-road bikes and cycling is an enormous industry in Australia. I'm a petrolhead, it's not my thing, but there is an enormous number of people out there that will travel long distances and stay for long periods of time to take part in that activities. So that destination branding has become very important to us, and we're working really well with the state government and the regional councils actually in driving that project forward. Again, to the precincts, we move back to the airport, and one of the greatest successes that we've had is being very clear about the airport and what it should do. Being very clear about what areas certain activities should be conducted in. So as you see on that slide, aircraft movements to the left, and then defence and aviation to the right. Once we divided that and were very clear on it, we were able to then go pitch for a very important transaction, which we won. But I think it was the clarity in which we were able to express the precincts that was one of the biggest selling points of the model. may have noticed a theme with each of these videos, which I smile every time I see it. I'm always trying to explain where we are. So the opening screen is always where we are, trying to explain to people we're not that far away, we are relevant, this is where we fit into the national positioning. So it's always something that we focus on and trying to be clear on where we are, what we're trying to do, and what we can offer people coming through. I won't, and I'm running out of time, so apologies, that the principles of what we try to deliver to people that we work with, we really want to collaborate with partners and tenants that are world-class sustainable precincts. So that's our first and foremost principle is the collaboration. We don't come to people with preconceived designs on what buildings they should have or anything like that. We generally work together with them to design what's going to work for their businesses, whether it's an exporter, whether it's a manufacturer, whether it's an aerospace organisation. We're always acting in partnership with safety, quality, integrity, respect, and accountability. They're givens, they're the absolute standards that we operate under. So we're always overly honest, sometimes I wouldn't say brutally honest, but if we don't think something's going to work, we will not progress a project that we don't think will end up being good for them or good for us just because we've been making it for It's not what we're planning for. We're planning very, very long term. We very much try to plan and engage and create a community. This has been a big point of difference between some of the other business parks that are owned by large corporate funds and us relative to a personal and family company. It's very rooted in the region. We want to create a community that's sustainable because the assets that we're constructing and working with are multi-generation. I am working on building those four gentlemen, the four owners, their grandchildren's business for 50 years' time. So we have to make our planning much more long-term than we probably can. And again, those long-term relationships, so we really try to deliver arrangements that last 15, 10, 20 years at least. One of the things that I was asked, sort of, what advice would I give other people who are trying to do similar things or considering how to develop precincts, destinations, and things. One is absolutely dream big. You don't think small. I think the only it's so hard to explain this. Whatever you're thinking is a goal. Triple it or quadruple it. It's not big enough because you're playing with timelines that are so long. You get it small on day one. You start small. You only ever be small. But if you've got a big goal, you should absolutely put it out there and put it up in lights for everyone to think of, aim for, and understand. It's very important to get an alignment between other people who've got a similar style, similar training. The second one's think long term. Our business plans generally are 30 to 50 year life cycles on our business plans. We do not think 5 years and 3 years. One of the things that I mentioned this morning at breakfast, we don't do business plans because if we have to do an instant piece of paper from KPMG to tell us whether we should or shouldn't do something, then the intuition and the basic common sense of our ownership probably isn't quite. But we do the business case when we're required to. But we follow our gut a lot and we think very, very long term. So we're able to move past some of those early small decisions. It'll be cash negative in the first 24 months, or most stuff is. But in 50 years' time, we're going to be really happy with this asset. And also find an exploited point of difference. What is different about what's our point of difference? Is it the fact that we've got infrastructure, we've got roads, rail, air, the zoning is all free zoning. What was our point of difference? And really clearly articulate that to people. And then again, the last one, very, very important point, really deeply engage with the community and stakeholders. That means right down to being good neighbours is super important to us. We don't want to, we're an infrastructure company, we're very large. We don't want to be a bad neighbour. So it's important to us to maintain good relationships with our neighbours. Doesn't mean we're going to slow down, doesn't mean we're not going to develop, but it means we want to be fair and open and reasonable to all our neighbours. And the community and stakeholders means keeping good relationships, staying local. We have a huge push to buy everything local. And despite the fact that we could tender these things out just at the cheapest price, we genuinely don't. We want to build a really strong community around us that we can then support and that can support us when we move forward as well. That's all I wanted to sort of step through. I know and I appreciate that's the lightning version, so apologies if it goes really fast. But I did want to sort of talk to some of the challenges that we've had that we deliberately try to overcome that growth in infrastructure. having really good plans in place, having really big goals, and then having a really neat, crisp way to articulate that goal. We've been very fortunate to be able to put those things in place and get some success.
No, don't go anywhere, Damian. We might, if that's okay. We might have a few questions just from the audience, which was obviously captivated. That was quite overwhelming, actually.
You go so fast, I apologise.
And all the councillors in their rooms absolutely licking their lips at the sun-turning prospects. And yeah. Anyway, I think we've got a mic. Alex Arbuthnot is never without a question. So.
Thanks, Damian. I've followed the success of Wagner's for half my lifetime. And once more, we would have had a fast train here 30 years ago, or maybe 40 years ago, except for the noisy weeds killed it off. So my question is, how do we handle the issues? Because just about every private investment project seems to me to be killed off by a minority group who just seem to be so successful in attracting the decision makers and influencing them.
It's the noisy 1%, right? They get the sound bites and they get to put forward. The answer is it's very difficult. We've had it for years. If you've been following the boys, we've had problems with Alan Jones, we've had all the other different things that have gone on. It's absolute persistence of just never giving up. I've worked with a lot of people all over the world. I've never worked with people so obsessive around their business. And they are relentless in going room to room to room to have those conversations, to argue with that. So one of the good example was when the announcement of the QRAC, the quarantine, it was very controversial. But we made an overt decision between the board and myself that we would go to every single, corporate event that we could possibly get into to make ourselves available to have the questions asked and to refute the stories that were going around. But I think that it's just being persistent with the truth and being clear with the vision of why. So we want to fast train it. So in 30 years' time, you're going to regret not having a fast train. You're going to regret not having the V line through the middle of the free line, however else you're going to get here. Because in 30 years' time, you might want to drive your car. And if you don't do it now, the rail video that I played is largely a poke in the nose to the government, to be honest. Very unlikely we're going to pick that up. But if we don't put a vision out there, we're never going to get it. So we have a very small window to influence people. Now, is there a chance it's going to happen? It's probably pretty low. But we thought, no, we want to put it on record. You've got one chance within that rail. The tunnel's pretty good. You don't expect that tunnel to take passenger rail. It's gone forever. And no business case will ever stack up to do a passenger rail specific tunnel. So it's a really good, it's just being brutally consistent of just being there to refute it. It's a tough one. And I think we're going to get probably a bit more of it over time. I don't think it's going anywhere. But we just attack it. Every time we hear it, we get on the radio, we get in the paper, we just try to tell people what the truth is.
Can I ask a question now? Is that alright? I'm just really interested. I love that your board makes quick decisions, because where I work, we have to have 15 committee meetings before we can even get to morning tea. So, but obviously you're in the business of saying yes to a lot of things as well. What limits the business? When do you ever think, oh, we've dreamed a little bit too big here, we've bitten off more than we can chew? What did those brothers, what did their parents say to them?
Just chew really, really hard. That's all you do. We overplay all the time. Honestly, my friends, we go out there with big statements that it's hard. But there's nothing that we've said that we make truly in the bottom of our heart where we actually pull it. Things like the right support, we can do it. The decision making is very fast because, as you know, if you want to call your brother or your mum or your dad, you get a decision straight away. So I don't wait a month to get a decision. You pick up the phone, hey Jon, what about this? Oh, it sounds good. Get me and Jon on, conferencing, all decision, moving like that. There's no papers, we don't do that sort of stuff. So No, of course. There's a flip side of this. So the government structures are very different, but you're also dealing with people who are 60 years in this business. They're on the father's side, and he built the business as well. They've got an incredible intuition for how to get things done when they can. The flip side to that is we get great decisions made very quickly. Accountability is, I wouldn't say ruthless, that's not a fair word, it's direct. The feedback is instant. Like you will never die wondering from the Wagner brothers on whether they're happy or sad with your decisions. And also we've got a very key overriding rule. No one gets fired for making a mistake. So if you've made a bad decision and you got it wrong, no one ever gets fired. No one's ever been fired from a business for just making a mistake. You tell them immediately. You will get sacked if you don't tell them that you made a mistake. So it's very direct, very fast, but we've got a great enough feeling for it.
Just a show of hands, who's actually been to Toowoomba?
Oh, it's a lot.
Yeah, and I'll just sort of make a comment. Anyone's been to Toowoomba, whoever come down that off the jump up or whatever, off the tablelands there, and drop down in a truck or whatever. It's just phenomenal, and the vision for this rail is just amazing. But my question is this: where do we start? Do we start looking at zoning? Do we start looking at areas? Do we start looking at corpus? Do we invite the Wagner boys down for free beer to try and have something? When we look at the synergies between here and Toowoomba, there's a lot, more than people think. And maybe we would do the Southern Belt Camp, I don't know. But where do we start as a region?
Have a really big vision. I can't say that slide more. That's not in the normal deck that the corporate people do. That's just for this room because people don't usually ask us that question. They ask us how you built this and how much did that cost or whatever else, and these different deals. But if you don't have a vision that's big enough, no one can find you. Now you might think it's a little bit squirmish sometimes if you want to be the energy hub of Australia. Build up. You always, no. Well, why not? If you've got some infrastructure, you've got an idea, you've got a burning passion, why wouldn't you be the energy hub of Australia? You've got 2/3 of what you need. Maybe you just need to push the final third and a vision to get behind it. But also the third point is finding and exploiting the point of difference. So if it's like you can't be something that it's very challenging to have that honest conversation with someone then about, we want to be the Australian Mountain Trail mecca, but you've got no mountains. It's flat, that's flexible. So everyone's going to push you on that. But if you've got a point of difference and you've got a great vision, people will come on board, people will come to you and want to be part of the success story. And then you've got to work with it. Then you've got to work with it. You've got to work with stakeholders, you've got to work with governments. You've got to sort of get some people around you. I want to do this, but I'm not saying the brothers did it in 7 years, so everyone else should. But if you don't have a vision, it's never going to happen. And you'll be perpetually just following that.
I just have one, Damian Bell from Fibre Gippsland. It was around sustainability credentials. You mentioned that it's an assumption from your larger partners that you are a sustainable organisation. I was just wondering if you could deliberate on that a little bit further or elaborate on that a little bit further around how the corporations have gone about becoming more sustainable and what sort of things should our businesses be thinking about in that space.
So I'll go back to the slide. Sustainability is like basically in the face. It was there and we nearly did it because we already had the earth-friendly concrete and we had the EFC, we've done the composite fibre business. So we're already down that path. But we weren't, and we knew the offshore was a fair way ahead of Australia. Like Australia's, what dawned on us was, I think, the second meeting with Buhler. So we're doing these pictures, we're just trying to sell the region. I'm promising the known planet to try to get this country going. And they a really great guy in Melbourne, Paul Watson, tipped me off on two of the key criteria. The key criteria were customer experience and sustainability. That's good. We then met with them about sustainability, and the conversation wasn't even about carbon. They never even mentioned it. It was about stuff. Because they made the assumption that we were going to be, and in fact, their requirements are carbon positive, so they want to generate the credits to offset their oil factories in the US. So it dawned on me that, well, sitting in Australia, we're a million miles behind. We are nowhere near that thought process where there's an assumption that we're neutral. And in fact, to get neutral, we want 6 stars because we need the credits to offset something else. When we come to something that's expensive, we say, yeah, we know it's expensive. We'll find out when we pay for it. But, you know, that hit us really hard in the face. So off the back of that conversation and that process, we actually hired a sustainability department. We've got 3 people who work full time in sustainability. I thought I knew about sustainability. I know nothing about sustainability. I thought you just got car charging things and putting a car up. Not even close to it. It's the way you're constructing your buildings. It's the way you're dealing with your waste on site. There's a whole different industry out there. I don't know if it's smoke and mirrors necessarily, but it's very confusing. But I know that if I don't have a plan for it now, I will not be implementing it in 5 years. If I haven't implemented it in 5 years, I won't even get on the radar of the Raytheons, the BAEs, and Ryan Natal and these guys who are doing new installations. I just won't even look at it. So getting that energy mix right from our perspective, and I know this plays in the regional side as well, was a key selling point. We realised we needed that as a point of difference. Because if we're sustainable as a business plan, we've got the infrastructure, we've got capital to execute, and we've got the track record. It's pretty hard to beat us on the pitch. But we didn't have what we needed to story. It's something that we have to invest in now, but we don't have all the answers yet. No, it's way deeper than that. You're taking things to 6-star, which is new to me, and I've never understood it before. It is, right down to how you handle your waste on site. That's part of the 6-star build-up, and it's very expensive to do it. But, batteries, if you're just going to smash some solar into batteries, the mix has to be done as well. It's a challenge, but I can absolutely promise you that is the base assumption for a global Tier 1 economy and the defence industry. It's going to be great.
Damian, thanks for the presentation. There's actually a lot of questions I have that you answered, so thanks for being so transparent. It's good answering some of those questions in the boardroom. So I work in Wellington Shire and involved with aerodromes at the airport. How much is the airport being a catalyst for the regional development? What's been the driving force with the Wagner brothers itself?
Sure. Good question. We get it quite a lot, and it's a simple answer and a complex answer. I'll give you a good example. I said before, I grew up in school, but I moved away. I left when I was 12. I didn't come back for 34 years. I mean, it's not even to visit my home school or anything like that. I only moved back home because I could get to Sydney for work. So there's got to be hundreds of men that are now living in Victoria because they've got access to things that otherwise they didn't. There's got to be farmers that are getting rough, farmers access to markets they never had before because of that. So it's not just about people being able to tourism, it's about building a piece of infrastructure that's communal. I shouldn't say it's communal, it's private, but it is really a regional asset. But I think personally, and I wasn't there when it was built, they get nowhere near enough credit for it. People sort of take it for granted. It's sort of kind of crazy, especially when you go out to other regions and you see these other airports you go for. We've got this $1 billion asset that was almost gifted to the community. And this organisation that we work, that I work at, constantly trying to get more access to markets and destinations and those things for local. So it's one of those things that there's a huge regional benefit to it. Before the airport, so the jet couldn't fly into a little strip in the CBD that they'll close eventually because of a pipe or something will run off the end of it. Why? It was the second part of your question, sort of why they did it. Why? It was a vision. First and foremost, it was a vision of trying to generate a point of difference between both and trying to increase the access between both. So they were running a global business. This is a listed company, a global cements business with projects all over the world, and they couldn't even fly out of their hometown. They would drive 2.5 hours to Brisbane to get on a flight to go home into the city. And I thought, that's just ridiculous. They already owned Wellington Downs, which was the plane, effectively. they bought Wellington Downs originally because there were two quarries in it, so that fair bit of business to the cement town business. The Wellington Downs was a horse track that had an existing street. It was a dirt street. So there wasn't the same regulatory hurdles to setting up a new airport that there would otherwise have been. So that there was some distinct points of advantage to it. But then it's just a bloody big vision. And you know, just the confidence to do it is kind of surprising, really. I mean, if you met the boys, well, that won't surprise you. But it's just the commitment to do it and to not stop doing it. It would have been really scary if you write a check after check, and it cost a lot more money than you would have done as well. But once you've started, especially with us, we just don't stop. And you've got to build it sustainably. I don't mean just being green or anything like that. I mean, build plants for the price. We've got a terminal that can take 100 million passengers per year, sorry. We're currently doing between 150 and 200. But to retrofit a larger terminal as we grow would be incredibly expensive. So we built a million people terminal. It's a 2.87 kilometre runway. Trust me. If you're going to build a runway, build it once. It's incredibly expensive to extend. You plan it really, really well. So there's those elements of they had the land, they had capital. They had a vision to do it, and they saw the need for themselves, and thought there was a larger need in the community as well. So, it's something that I think that people outside of the region see a lot more of than maybe the locals when we take it a little bit like for granted, but that's the luxury they have. Yeah, sorry.
Wow, that's certainly an inspiring session. Thank you so much, Damian. And shame we didn't get to talk about how many checks those brothers wrote, or how many zeros rather, but maybe I'll Google it. We're going to have a tea break in a moment, but before we do, I'd like to invite Nick Dudley to have a chat with you. Nick comes from, can I say Agriculture Victoria, or do I need to explain all the Agvic, rebranding. Okay, Nick's going to talk about the impact of drought for us.
Thanks very much, Kat. Damian, fascinating talk. I did have a question, but I didn't get a chance to ask it because there were so many other questions. We're in Wellington, the middle of it everywhere. It seems to me Toowoomba's vying for that position as well. Can we have two middles of everywhere?
Why not?
Okay. Okay, before I start, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land and their elders past, present and emerging. And also on International Women's Day, I'd like to acknowledge and pay tribute to women in ag across the region, including my dear wife Anna. So we've got that out of the way. I've actually been purloined or conscripted to do this talk today because Ryder Hayes, who's our regional drought facilitator, was unavailable. So you'll have to bear with me. Before starting today, I want to go back in time to 2019. Okay, so see more nice here. In 2019, these pictures were actually taken on the 25th of the 2nd, sorry, 25th of the 2nd, 2019. We had a minister visit. We went to Gifford and various other places. We looked at stock containment and what was happening with the drought across the region. You probably saw these pictures at some stage, these graphs. This one here shows rainfall deficiency across the region. This was at the start of the drought, and you can see a little spot there if you've got really good eyesight around the Sale region. As it went on, you can see that other major parts of Australia got involved in it as well. And after 3 years, we actually had the biggest deficiency on record. It was something like 600, 700 mil of rain that we missed out on in 3 years. Now, I know this is pretty raw for a lot of people, and I don't want to sort of dwell on it, but I think we do need to reflect what was happening. So I've got a picture here of a paddock down near Hunterstown. and another one at Swiss Creek. Okay, middle of the drought. The ground cover had gone virtually everywhere across the region, despite the fact that we were trying to promote stock containment and everything. There were some farmers that managed to keep some, but we were also having major water issues. And that dam, I know I've made it easy with that picture because it's a shallow dam anyway, but you know, water reserves, our surface water storages were really low, and at the same time we were having a problem with blue-green algae, and people were actually carting water as well. We had issues with wind erosion, and this is a map we produced of properties that we identified where wind erosion was potentially going to happen and did happen. And you can see the dark red is really high. So we put on a whole range of activities to assist farmers, workshop, field days and one-on-ones. And you know, we did what we could to support the local community. And then unfortunately fires ensued on top of that. We've actually got some resources at the back there today. Janice and the team are up there, so if you need any of these, they're pretty useful resources. You probably don't need them right now, considering from Rosedale onwards, we're seeing the best conditions in what I believe in about 44 years that I've been travelling working in Gippsland. What do you think, Nookie? Okay, that's a nod. It is interesting though, because I talked to Jon up the back before we started, and Jon was saying that he had a farmer friend at Yarragon that used to complain when we didn't have 2 weeks of rain, you know. So it is across this region. We do have a, you know, a large difference in impact for communities, farmers, etc., depending on rainfall. So I'm talking about the Gippsland Drought Resilience Plan and the development of that, and I'll try and do it fairly quickly because morning 2 is ensuing. But ACVIC has got the role of guiding the consultation process and to shape the development and actions that come from it. And the main thing is we're looking at how we can mitigate or adapt to drought impacts into the future, how we can facilitate transformational change, and how we can increase drought resilience within the region. So we hear this word resilience banded around all the time. Can I just ask a question? Who in this room lives on a road with their surname on it? Anyone there? So we've got one. The interesting thing is I've been doing farm business resilience workshops across the place at weird wonderful places. I've been to Clear Lake in Horsham, I've been to Swanpool, I've been to Creswick and various other places. And normally in a group of 15 or 20 people, when I ask that question, 5 or 6 put their hand up, okay? I had one guy at Swanpool the other day that had been there since, his family had been there since 1856. He looked like he'd been there since about 1910 himself, mind you. But the interesting thing is we talk about resilience and we try and describe it, and I put up our ACVIC definition of it there. But you can see resilience happening everywhere in this community because people have stayed and have been farming in the same area for a long, long time and have managed to be successful. And it's going to happen into the future. And today we're going to hear from some younger farmers that are already showing great signs of success. So we've got an engagement strategy, and I was talking to someone else about Rod, and unfortunately couldn't be here today, but he's like a dog with a bone. Is that you, Jen? Like he likes asking questions, he likes writing things down, and he's actually been engaging with farmer groups, shires, and a whole range of other stakeholders across the region. If you want to talk to him, he's more than happy to talk to you. Just make sure you've got a bit of time. Is that right, Mark? Yeah. But he's really engaged in this. He's a Gippslander himself. He comes off a dairy farmer at Woodley. So far, we've looked at workshops and attendance at field days and one-on-one conversations. And there's been 2 major topics of that. One is reviewing drought impacts to understand how drought previously impacted the Gippsland community. And the other one is preparing for future droughts to understand what needs to improve. And that's at an agency level, community level, and at a farm level. So this is a bit about the structure of the plan. So you'll get this in notes anyway, so I won't go into great detail, but we've got introduction going down to a point where we actually have some next steps in delivering it. Just want to reflect on some of the key insights today. One is that drought is experienced differently across Gippsland. So if we go from Bena to Ben Warden, from Lock to Lakes Entrance, the preparedness activities and rebuilding should look quite different. The other one is that the road to recovery after drought is really influenced by a whole range of factors, including farm management deposit, cash reserves, debt and equity levels. It's interesting at this point in time, when I showed you those pictures, I asked someone fairly senior in AgFig what the FMD deposits were doing at that point in time. And they said that the average beginning of 2019 was about $16,000. And that was only for people that actually had FMDs. Other than that, there was huge debt, equity was falling, etc. We also looked at level of de-stocking, and generally across Gippsland in the last drought, we're looking at something like 50%. And the impact on biophysical assets of the farm, pastures, soils, etc. So, experience, knowledge, inclination, motivation, and other personal and community factors are really important, and Rod will be delving more into them as it goes along. So, here's a list of other key insights. From an organisational point of view, the importance of leveraging is really across networks, etc., and collaboration is super important. We've also had issues with improving water management resilience and building financial literacy, building on farm planning and resilience, etc. So there's a whole list of things there, and we're going to be delving into them, as I said, in a lot more detail as we go along. So if you want to get involved in this, I've given you details there of how to contact Rod, and the other thing is that on our AgVig website there's further information about it. I should say that this whole project has been sponsored by the Future Drought Fund, and as you're probably aware, the government put aside $5 billion in 2020, federal government, and they're issuing out $100 million for drought resilience. So it's a big project. Jen and I were talking about it before, and sometimes we think it should be maybe a little bit better targeted, but Australia's a big place, as Damian showed us before. Okay, so that's about it from me, Kath, unless anyone's got any questions. Yeah, we should have you on the payroll, I reckon.
Well, there's $5 billion going, I'm not sure.
Just one question. In the last drought, there was a fantastic partnership between Wellington Shire and East Gippsland Shire and our grower groups across the region as we targeted this. And the Future Drought Fund did come in 2020. We're halfway through it. There's cash rolling out the door, left, right, and centre. Nick, you're heading out the door. What would you say to East Gippsland Shire, to Wellington Shire, to the farmers and the grower groups in the room now that call to arms for us not to miss out on this opportunity?
Jen, you know as well as I do that one of the reasons that you were successful in getting that funding is you grouped together and collaborated. And, I can't emphasise how important that is. I'm not in charge of the Future Drought Fund, but, I know how federal politicians work and they love to see combined efforts. So I think that's probably the key. And the other thing is you just got to keep at it, We have Shane Stone come to Gippsland occasionally. He's in charge of the National Relief and Recovery Agency, and certainly it helps to squire him around and show him what's going on in the region.
I'd love to see you combine it, but don't normally present on.
I don't work for the federal government. I can say what I like, but I think Jen's on the money. I'll put it back on Jen in a way when she says that sometimes the coordination isn't there. But if you think about Canberra, you know, they're trying to put out quite a substantial amount of money, and they're getting requests left, right and centre from everywhere.
Let's keep tracking. I'd like to introduce you to Luke Stuckey, who comes from Flynn, just down the track. He's a fourth generation Angus breeder and who runs a flexible cattle and cropping operation. Now, Luke and the Stuckey family run 700 stud cows producing wool for the stud market and turn-off fat cattle for the domestic market as well. The Stuckey family have been using their cropping program to set up a drought relief system for their cattle herd, which makes Luke perfect next speaker.
Thank you, Kath, and thank you to the Wellington Shire for giving us the opportunity to come along today. I didn't know the memo, but thank you to our past and present custodians and whatever that one is. And yeah, apologies, we don't own an airport, we don't own a quarantine facility, we're just farmers, so. Yep, we're winning. So I'll just do a bit of a brief overview of our operation and then go into a bit of our drought theories and what works for us. But yeah, this is what we do. There's so many different other options out there, so don't get hell-bent on what we do. But this photo is probably my favourite. It shows our team, mum and dad in the middle. Once again, I think Damian harped on it. It's Agriculture Women's Week or Day today, and that lady in the middle, yeah, she's a weapon. If anyone knows our business, she would know. Yeah, she's the main boss. You got Dad, myself, Tom, our young worker. He probably does more hours than anyone, and we're very fortunate for that. Megan, my partner, and Beck. She actually used to work for us. She hasn't worked for us probably 6 to 8 months now, but she still comes in when we do bulk cattle work, so videoing sale bulls and sale day. I think I'm probably fortunate the family that I'm involved in. Mum and Dad are passionate about helping people in agriculture. Going back 10, 15 years ago, a young 18-year-old turned up to work for us. Some in the room might know him. Yeah, and so Mum and Dad helped him buy his first tractor. He did 10, 15 years agricultural contracting, and then we eventually helped him set up by his first farm, and now he's got 6 properties, I think, throughout Wellington and the Trove. But I think if anything you get out of this speech is please help the next generation. We were fortunate enough to be able to help this person, and that's his partner Beck on the side there, and we work together. We share machinery. If he's got spare tucker, we walk cattle down the road. It's just so easy, and yeah, just have an opportunity. Please help. Next slide. Yep. We've got the right PDF in here. This is the sale day slide. Nah, I'm joking. It's all right. Yeah. So this is a bit of an overview of our livestock situation. So we're a split autumn and spring herd, which is an absolute pain in the arse because we're forever in the cattle yards. But it's financially, it's a no-brainer. It just spreads our income out right over the season. Unlike dairy farmers, we don't have a check coming in every month. So yeah, this is one way that we can spread our income out. So the bull numbers there, you probably say, holy shit, that's a lot of bulls, but we only sell 50 or so in a sale twice a year. Then bulls that don't make the sale, we have a very good relationship with the local butcher in Trowbridge, which started Thursday night, sitting around badminton supper, having a cup of tea, and an old commie lady saw my shirt, it had Little Angus on it. And from there, probably 15 years ago, we supply them ever since with bulls for their butcher shop. They would take 8 to 10 a month. And yeah, it's been really good for us, and it's been probably tremendous for them too. And then the steer job, it fluctuates. So probably going back 5 years ago, we were fattening every steer we produced, and it was going to Coles. Last 4 to 5 years, we haven't had enough grass, so they'll go straight to the store market. And why wouldn't they, with the way the economy is with the cattle job? Heifers, yeah, that 90%, it's a bit like the steer job. It fluctuates. We read the markets, and we're all farmers. We all have a gamble and a punt. So, yeah, sometimes we'll join 90%. Sometimes we'll sell unjoined heifers, as you can see in our sale. But yeah, we try to join as many as we can, and then work down from there. Yeah, that's a quick overview on livestock. Land, I hate talking about ourselves and our land. I know it's not here a couple of weeks ago, put it up, hectares and everything like that, and yeah, I couldn't do that. It's just not us. But land, we own 70%, we lease 30%. Yeah, we're mainly dry land, a little bit of irrigation, and I'll probably touch on irrigation a little bit further down the talk. But yeah, since this fellow that we helped out come on board, he got our business into a bit of a cropping phase over the last 10, 15 years, and we're slowly getting out of that a little bit, just as we're cattle prices a bit better, and cattle is what we're good at, so we're kind of slipping away from the cropping game a little bit. But that's not to say that block of land will come up tomorrow. It needs improving, and we'll be putting some cereals or whatnot in. Yeah, generally pastures are old ryegrasses that we're trying fescues. Lucent's a big one that we're going with, and just a brief overview. And just touch a bit on the livestock side of things a bit more. So our AI program probably started up again 5 to 6 years ago. With mum and dad, I was still obviously young and not overly, I was still at school. I'm only 25 now, but once I come on board, we ramped up the AI and the bit more influence in the breeding side of things. So all heifers get AI'd, and then they'll get followed up by 6 weeks with the bull, and anything after that, so empties go, and then we work off there. So not all cows get AI'd, about 75% get AI'd, and then followed up with 8-week joining period with the bulls. And then just touch base on weaning. You'll see the photo there in the bottom right side. We just finished weaning on Sunday, actually. That's how we wean. It's as basic as it looks, 2 hot wires and 2 single wires. I faintly remember the days when we used to wean in the cattle yards. Bloody dusty this time of year, and we'd set up some dodgy sprinklers, and yeah, it was just a nightmare, but that's how we do it now. As much quality silage and quality hay, feed bins, pallets. That's probably a little bit more expensive way, because you're feeding cows for 4 to 5 days, and there are heaps of things when you give them a feed bin. But yeah, so it's cross weaning, so you'll have cows and weaners on one side from opposite mobs, and then same on the other side. So just keeps them relaxed, having cows in the paddock with them. And yeah, just old heifers, we join at 15 months and carve down at 2-year-old is how it works for us. Just a bit on our philosophies and why we breed the top animal that we do, I guess. So we're very hell-bent on breeding an animal that fits into our local environment. Anyone that knows the Angus industry has probably watched us a little bit, and we've done things slightly different, and that comes back into the second bottom one with the New Zealand genetics. That relationship with New Zealand's been there for 75 years since we first started breeding. My grandparents were the last people to bring live cattle back from New Zealand before the embargo on that one got shut. We don't chase trends or fads. It's quite ironic. Every catalogue, and this catalogue turns up on my office desk at home. Nearly every catalogue with the same animals in it. They're chasing the exact same thing over the last 10 years. Yeah, it's quite funny. You can buy the same bull out of 4 or 5 different catalogues every time. So our cattle is a bit more moderate frame. We never chose to go upwards too quickly. We just kept chugging away, get a little bit bigger frame size. As soon as we start chasing one trend to go, as soon as you start chasing a trend, you start losing sight of all the other traits and attributes that you want to have in your herd. So we just chugged away quietly when everyone else went quite higher frame, bigger animal very quickly, and maybe lost sight of things that we didn't. Consistency is key. I think that's one thing that our cattle herd has that others lack. I know comments from people turn up to our bull sale, complaining how hard it is to pick a bull out of our 48 in the pens because they're so consistent and even. But that's the way we like it. We're not interested in chasing different genetics here or there just to see what they do. Any genetics that come into our herd, we've got to know exactly what they are and make sure they fit. And we strongly believe in our cow herd. And that's probably the reason we don't do any ET programs. I don't think we can find any better cows in the country than what we've bred from what we've done over the last 75 years. So going to the drought side of things. So going back, Nick's slide touched on it, that 18 to 2019 was our biggest tough times. This is roughly what we used going through that couple of years. This is all on top of our standard feeding regimes. So 800 bales of square silage, that was half was buried underground, long-term storage, and half was a temporary above-ground storage, which we'll see in a minute. And then we come across an issue with dry cows. We ran out of straw from the cropping program, and we sourced palm kernel. I reckon we used palm kernel in 2007 and 8 drought, and we went back to that for the dry cows. And probably like a lot of other people, we brought in way too much protein, and that comes for us in the source of pellets, mainly for our younger stock, bulls, head heifers, cycling. Our priority was on selling the older stock and keeping as many young females as we can. And I guess that's experience that come from more dad, and if it wasn't for that experience there, we probably would have unloaded a lot more in a bit of a panic mode. But we gritted our teeth and we kept way too much more cattle when everyone else was selling. It cost us a lot of money in protein and whatnot. But as you see in the bottom one, since the drought, we've sold over 400 females, and our herd size still has increased in this time. So, and in a way, that buying of extra feed in the middle there, we very, very quickly paid it back by selling them females after the drought broke. Me being me, I probably would have sold a lot more cows in the middle of the midst of the drought. But with the experience of the family, we held on to them and kept paying bills. So this is an example how we set up for 2017 and 18. This was a crop, I might have the date wrong there, it might have been 2017, we had a barley crop. And that was back when wheat and barley was worth bugger all, as Trevor will well and truly remember. So we do cereals and wheat and canola, not as much anymore. And the next one is similar wheat crop. It's only worth $175 a tonne, so just under $800 per hectare. So we crunched the sums on these crops we had in, and they all went into big square silage. They were actually quite handy grain crops. They would have been there 4.5, 5, but the dollars didn't add up to sell it to a dairy farmer for $175. And we had a couple of empty long-term storage pits to fill up. So this is the first one. This is an above ground. This come across at a bit of a balls up. I baled some it was meant to be wheat hay, and we don't have a moisture meter or anything. I bailed it, and I questioned whether it was green enough, dry enough, sorry. And Dad said, oh no, it'll be right. Anyway, I went and borrowed a moisture meter off the next door neighbour and come back about 40%. I think it was about 50 or 60 mil coming the next day, and that's that previous photo is why we're bailing a bit there. Anyway, so we said, shit, what do we do? We've got this hay sitting out in the paddock. So yeah, we just, very similar to what we do underground, but we just stacked it above ground. We can only go 3 high. It's just starting to get too much weight on the bottom bales, and you've got no support on the side. That far photo is a finished job, just plastic down the sides, and we just dug a bit of a trench. I don't know how dairy farmers can do their silage with the plastic just sitting above it. That drives me insane thinking how much oxygen you can get under it. So we just dug 400 mil down, tarp over, and away we went. About 180, 200 bales in that above ground stack. That sat there probably 2 to 3 years, and then we had to use it come that drought. Only thing I wouldn't do is that stack was actually next to a row of spotted gum trees, and yeah, don't do that. Just constantly got sticks coming down, poking holes in it. That was a learning curve. And these are our standard in-ground pits. This one only went in, 18 months ago. A lot of this actually gets done in our Flynn area. There's a couple of generational farming families in the area that do it, and have done it for a very long time, mainly round bales. We're lucky enough to have a square baler, which works a hell of a lot better for this job. So all our pits will have a slight drainage forward, and then we go 4 high for in-ground. You've got a wall for it to hold steady against. Silage inoculant if you can, but it's not a must when you're baling, because if you make a good enough product, you should be right. So as you can see, there's a bit of excavation works. We'll generally go into a side of a hill. Not everyone's lucky enough to have a side of a hill. But yeah, that's what works for us. A lot of people say it can't be too sandy. I helped Trent Anderson from Gifford put one in this year, and yeah, that's pretty low sandy country over there, but I don't see that being an issue. Yeah. Just go through some photos as we kind of build it, I guess. So we're lucky enough to own our own excavator, which brings the cost down. But at the end of the day, there's probably, I don't know, 16, 20 hours worth of excavation if you've got a complete hill. And it's well worth it. This one's the biggest one we've done. This was about 400 square bales in this one. You've got to be mindful when you open it up, you've got to fairly get into it, because the oxygen will race to the back, and then back bales will start getting spoiled with oxygen. So be mindful when you put one in not to go too big, or try to double cap it off so it gives you a break in the middle to stop that oxygen getting through. And always pick a nice still day to put your tarp on, or good luck. So yeah, we'll always get the plastic down the side, normally about 3 metres, probably to the second bale from the bottom. And that works with a 15 metre plastic white tarp. So that tarp in the corner there, that will get pushed down before we fill it in, and then always fill it in from back to front, push that oxygen out. And this is the photo I took the other day, and this is that exact same pit we're looking at. So that's this, in the middle there is where the silage is, and then good drainage straight away. And that's a photo from the top. So we don't fence it off at all. You can see 2 star pickets. That's just so we know where it is when we come back to dig it up. Probably maybe 600 mil of topsoil on top of that. And you will, in the first couple of months, you will see a bit of depreciation, but once again, as long as you've got good drainage away from it, it should be right. So yeah, that got us, we that's where our 800 bales of silage come from in the drought, and we've been fortunate enough to put about 700 back in since, and we've probably got enough room left for about 350, and open pit is ready to go. So what we really battle with in the drought is our own source of protein. We really battle to try to find protein to come in, and it's always the most expensive one to find. And I'll show in a minute maybe how we fix that. And we really battled with irrigation. We just didn't have enough green grass to keep the young stock moving around. We had to park them up in one spot and pretty much feed them just to save our other pastures and leave some ground cover. So ideally, if we had more irrigation, we could just keep tipping them young weeds over on fresher tucker. Yeah, it's always easy to find straw, palm kernel, dry cow tucker in the drought. It's very, very hard and expensive to find protein. So if you're ever putting anything in a pit for long-term storage, always put quality in it. And early weaning, so we vary our weaning age. We don't have any set dates or anything. It's when the grass is starting to go a bit on us, so we can be from 4 to 6 months type weaning. That drought we really battle, so we were more towards that 4. And just once you get them calves off, never let them have a bad day. It's, you've got to throw everything you can at them, and they'll pay you back in the long run. That bottom one's probably most important, and I'm lucky enough, obviously, to have my parents behind me to help on this one, but never rush into a decision. Always consider all your options. It's all good and well. I don't bag this person out, but Nigel here, and he'll say, don't be afraid to sell your cows, and you can always buy them back. But our situation, we can never buy anything back with the same quality and the history that we have. So every animal's is recorded, and we know exactly what we have. So don't rush into selling your quality stock. Maybe just push through and so since this is the type of stuff that we've done to try to drought-proof ourselves, we had to play for 4 years of growing fodder bean, probably the most expensive 4 years of cropping we've ever done. And since we've gone away from it, the fellow we work with still puts a bit in, and he's having a bit of a win there. So we might go back. It's just the chemistry. Chemicals are the hard part, the expensive part. And then just some summer crops down the bottom. I know a lot of people are into their cover crops and multi-species at the moment. I can't get overly excited about them. Yeah, right. But we do a few different things there. That's our protein source now. So we put about over 100 hectares of lucerne in, and that's where we're getting it from, our protein. This is an interesting one. This article here is from 1988. Dad and my grandfather brought it back from New Zealand on a trip. And it's come out of the filing cabinet a few times, how we can try to help other people by leasing our cows out to them. And the sums have never really added up over that time. But with the cattle job at the moment, and we got caught out a little bit. We lost about 400 hectares of lease country in a hurry about 12 months ago. We went to the drawing board, and we've done this with one local farm down the road, a bit of a traditional farming family, and they've struggled with succession planning. So it started off with 40 cows. We gave them 40 cows at the point of calving. We always owned them cows, and they will have them for 10 months, and it's a 5% share per month, so 50-50 out of 10 months. And we go there, we help them all cattle work, so we help weigh, wean, all that type of stuff, but other than that, they've got full management. Other than cattle work, I rarely go there. We talk over the phone and we try to help them through it. But it's been quite economical and viable for us. This is probably the second year we've done it with them now, and their progeny from them we've taken, so we take 50, they kept 50, they kept 20 heifers, and we took steers and bulls. 2 of their bulls that they bred are actually net sale in a month's time, so it's not like they're getting just commercial cows, they're getting invest in our cows as well. So long term, we'd love to do more of this. It's one way we can help, other people. I'll just quickly run through what's worked for us. So always consider all options. It takes us a lot of time. We search options for cheap machinery. But yeah, always consider all options and opportunities. But please help give out opportunities. It's the best feeling when you can help other farmers. If you're getting on in your farming career and you think about winding up or something, maybe don't think about the dollars. Think about the next door neighbour. Think about the young bloke down the road that you can really make a long-term difference to. And yeah, help them out, please. Be resourceful, use grants. There's an air-operated cattle crush down the bottom there we bought 5 years ago, and thanks to the IoT grants, we've updated their irrigation systems, and Wellington Shire had a grant there about technology, and we've since been able to work the grant smartly, and we've got 2 more cattle crushers turning up. But the photo of the 2 spreaders there, I was looking for spreaders for probably 3 years, as Trevor probably knows, because I annoyed Trevor's son Toby quite a bit. We nearly bought a brand newie, and us being us, we didn't. We kept using the old girl and welding up and fixing it. And then one day, these 2 popped up down the auctions, and we bought 2 of them for the price of what we only bought 1 for. Just don't rush into making decisions, and opportunities do come your way. You just got to wait for them. And that's me wrapped up.
Thanks very much, Luke. Don't rush decisions or anything else by the look of it. That was a great presentation, and we'll hopefully have time for questions a little bit later. But at this stage, I would like to invite Molly Coleman to come and address us. Molly is another local business development manager for Buhler, which focuses on animal nutrition and alternative proteins. So the title of your presentation, I believe, is Beans to Burgers, not to be confused with burgers to beans. Thanks, Mark.
Hi guys, feeling a bit nervous. Room full of people that some I recognise, some are new faces, but my plan today is to demystify plant-based protein and really show you that there's some opportunities in it and get some understanding out there. So I had to do things the hard way, and it's a different platform. So Buhler, let's start there. We are a pretty big company, go around the globe, but what I'm most proud of about Buhler, sorry everyone, I can just talk to it, it's fine. Yeah. There we go. We can try it. So we build manufacturing plants, we build and design them around the world. We come under 2 streams, which is food, feeding people and mobilising people. Pretty proud of the fact that over our machines, we feed around 2 billion people every year, which is pretty cool, every day, sorry. And on our automotive side of our business, we mobilise another billion, which is pretty cool. So we're quite good at building manufacturing plants and designing food solutions. So what we've noticed in our company, and something we've highlighted as being pretty important, is that we're approaching a protein gap. Now what form this will take we don't know, but we know the quality malnutrition involved around the world, which is quite horrible. And there'll probably be some environmental issues as well. Of course you guys know this, I mean we've just mentioned before how tough it was with the drought to mobilise protein, and we see that in the human food supply as well. So we've got a gap. How do we fill the gap as best as we can to feed that excess plus 10 million people by 2050. So let's break it down a little bit of what protein actually is. So we've got some great meat producers around here, dairy, chooks and all of that, and that's our traditional source. But the bit that people miss a lot is the fact that we get a lot of our protein from plant source already. So our fruit and veggies, our nuts, legumes, these sorts of places. What I'm interested to know from you guys is where you get your protein from. So when you make your family dinner, or you reach that fridge and pantry, or you order on a restaurant menu, what do you choose when you look at something? I'll leave it to Elena to talk about the non-traditional stuff later. There's quite some novel proteins out there. So today, I try to keep it interactive. I'd love to hear from the room. You're welcome to go on to menti.com to answer questions and put in inputs. Otherwise, you can just call it out. So the code there's menti.com. You just bring it up on your phone if you want to play, and you can chuck in the code there. But I really wanted to get you guys thinking about what protein sources are out there. Protein's growing as a whole. We know that. We know that there is more demand out there than supply. And we're starting to see some stabilisation in our traditional growth areas like chicken, like eggs, like nutritional eggs. Down the bottom there you'll see Elena's insects out of seaweed, which we'll talk about later. But what we're seeing huge growth rates in at the moment, which is quite unusual, is in the plant-based sector. Fish is up there, but it's starting to slow down a little bit. So I'm interested to know, what plant-based proteins have you tried? What have you picked up in the supermarket lately? What have you seen on menus? Have you had a crack at tofu before? It's not a new thing. There's people around the world who've been consuming some plant-based alternatives for millennia out of need, out of actual need to feed their nutrition. And so this is simply an extension of that. But I want to talk a little bit about what's coming up on shelf right now, what's in all the media, which is that legume-based products, that TVP sort of products, and also your milks, your milk substitutes. So the beverages that are popping off on the shelf. I knew that it made it mainstream when Dad ordered an almond cappuccino, so to try. So I think it is out there, and we are hearing a lot about it. But how is it made? You know, I keep hearing the term come up with processed, over-processed, and I'm in the business of processing. We build manufacturing plants, we process food on a mass scale to feed a mass population. So how do we actually do that? So we start with the pulse. The most common is soybean, but we're taking on a whole range of legumes. It can be anything from wheat all the way through to some gluten and some novel emerging proteins. We take that in, right off the truck, off the train. We clean that, we take off any excess, and then we dehull it, we take off the hard shell, and then we grind it. So up until this point, it's no different than making flour for bread. We then take that pulse flour, and we can turn that straight away into baked goods, pasta, noodles. It can go into pet food, it can go into aqua feed, it can go into wafer products like your Kit Kats. But we can also separate that. So protein is quite a bit heavier than starch, naturally separates. So we can separate that through a dry fractionation process, which is pretty much like a big sieve. It uses air. So the protein concentrate settles in that process, and then we can take that further to make that into our snacks or other products. There's also another process that we're not involved in, but we have seen around, where we can go through a wet isolation to get into the beverage stage. And that's a bit more of a complicated process, but I'll show you. So I'm kind of interested in this whole process concept. Up here we see a dairy plant. Down there we see a plant-based beverage plant. Now, there's obviously a lot of differences in how it's run, but I'm just trying to showcase that there's processing in both. And the way we go about it is obviously very, very different, but trying to demystify it, that this is a viable method of making bulk beverages for the masses. Next one is, which I'm sure you're all interested in hearing about, is the actual burger. So I've talked about before how we get from a soybean plant all the way to burger, but I just wanted to point out a little bit of the offtakes there, and in this lies a lot of opportunity. So we start with the whole flour, and the whole bean has oil in it, has protein in it, and has starches and a bit of fibre. So we can take that oil out, it's the same process as what we do to make canola oil from margarine, and that oil can be used in animal feed, it can be used in lots of different foods as well. Then we go to the next stage and some carbs come off there, we get a concentrated protein. So about that stage we get to about a 50% concentration of protein. Then we go to another stage again, and each time we're taking out more carbohydrates and intensifying that protein. And what that leads us to is a protein product which we can put through an extruder machine with heat and pressure and get texturization. So that's how they get something that's got that good texture that has that bite to it. So this is the machine, this is the extruder, which may look really scary, but it is the same machine that's used to make our commercial pastas, our commercial cereals, so coconut pops, etc. Same machine used actually in pet food as well to make kibble. So it's a very versatile piece of equipment. It's been around for decades already, has a lot of backing to it. So that's why these companies were able to mobilise so quickly, because this equipment is already on the market. They used it to make two different products, TVP, which has been around for ages, been in nuggets for a very long time as a filler. I've seen it in traditional sausages, in burgers as a filler as well. And it's got like an absorptive texture. It's not great. If you taste a burger and it falls apart straight away, that's what you're eating. And this is largely soy-based in the market. We've also got the wet texture products, and this is quite interesting. This is where we get to a point of really high protein concentration, and we're able to get strands. And those strands is what consumers are after, because it's a similar vibration, it's a familiar sensation in the mouth to meat. So that's what's really been in the media a lot lately. There are a lot of challenges with this. Right now, all those extruded products are sitting on the shelf, the majority of them coming from Thailand, internationally, from soybean that was concentrated in China, from soybeans from Argentina. Right, so the supply chain at the moment is quite broken, it's quite structured, there's a lot of weight in it. So there's a real opportunity for Australia here, with localisation of those raw materials. The sensory quality of all of these legumes varies a lot. We're seeing combinations come through, which is quite cool. But we haven't got to the stage, and they haven't got to the stage where they're match meat. And it's actually why, probably about 60% of my job is still in stock feed and pet food, and the 40%'s in this, because it's not there yet. And the functionality changes as well, depending on the protein. Now to the media. So is it a fad? Is it going to stay around? Well, Buhler said yes, and then they convinced me to work on it. But the backing is interesting. So we think that this is all backed for vegans and vegetarians and greens and whatever, but it's not. It's mainstream. And the companies that are backing it are JBS, Hungry Jack's, Thomas Foods, Fibre Food Co, backed by Hess and Blumenthal, and Grilled, setting up restaurants. So these are mainstream companies, and these are meat companies. So if meat companies are backing it, it means they want to capture a market that's being not taken away from them to move elsewhere. It's not so representative though of actually how big the market is, but it is growing. And there's huge investment pouring into it because the government, in this top article here, the government sees an opportunity in this area. It's a localisation of resource. We're currently net importers of this product, and we should be producing it here. So growth is key. I talked about the fact there's a lot of noise, a lot of smoke, and the fire's not there yet. It's only 1% of the market share. That means for 100 people walking the supermarket or going to the butcher's looking for something for their barbecue, only one of them is making plant-based choices. But that person that's making that plant-based choice, we're finding out, is not a vegetarian. They're not a vegan, they are flexitarian, they're a new demographic, and they're not just sitting in the millennial category, they're all up the way. So the people are choosing to make this decision to buy a different product. Now have a think about why. Is it sustainability? Is it because they're sick of meat? I doubt it. There's some good meat here. The reason why they're making this choice largely in Australia is the hip pocket and it is health. And that's why there's so much backing, that's why there's so much investment. It's because it's viable, it is coming, and they are investing in it because it is for the good of the entire global nutrition. Right? So it's not just about, do you like it, do you not like it? People are buying it and moving towards it because of that. So our opportunity in Australia isn't just in Australia, by the way. The reason there's so much money coming to all of those companies is because of Asia. The consumption of protein in Asia and that demographic is just staggering. It's mind-blowing. I'm sure we're seeing it all in the price of protein in traditional days. So we've got a bit of catching up to do, or who's catching up, but we can learn from the American markets and how they've approached this. We can also look to China. Do we want the plant-based market there, that opportunity to go to Australia? Do we want that to be captured by them, or do we want to have some of that manufacturing here? So there's a bit like that's all new and hasn't been done before, but I'd push you a little bit to look at something else like canola. I mean, canola, by and large, the growth in that area, yes, it's driven by energy, but also margarine. Like, think about, when did margarine come on into our tables, and why is it sitting in our fridge right now? It's one of those things that just maybe 100 years ago you never would have dreamed of that, but now it is a constant. And so these sorts of things creep in and become a huge part of our supply chain. Canola is amazing here in Australia for our industry, and I think this next step of introducing soybean or a legume-based crop, it just gives us more diversity in our exports. So there's a few different pathways there that's quite interesting. The next one is waste. We talk about waste, Elena will go into it, but we should be recovering the protein. It shouldn't be going in ground. That's the other side of it too. Like, if I think about some of our best legume crops being put into pet food and stock feed, that's great, but I think they could be taken further. I think they could go into the human supply chain and give more value. And then what gap that leaves in stock feed and pet food, we can make up for by bringing protein that would normally go to landfill back into the stream. So let me know, what do you think is the future of protein? Did anything today surprise you? Is anything new? Are you still just baffled by the whole thing and never want to try it? But what I would urge you to do is go away, and if you haven't tried any of those things, just try it. Have the conversation, learn about it. Because even though it's 1% of the market share now, it's just growing at an annual growth rate which is far greater, double, triple that of traditional protein. So there's something in it. Thank you.
I'm baffled that you're on the almond lattes, Mark. Also, I think worth mentioning, Molly touched on it there, that new Thomas Foods development that the federal and South Australian state governments have chipped in a couple of weeks out from the state election. They're expecting something like 8,500 jobs through that, the development of that new industry there. So if the taste doesn't grab you, perhaps the jobs will. Thanks very much to Molly and Luke. Now, is it alright if I do this? Yeah, I don't want to break the systems. But I'm really excited to be here for this part of the forum today. I mean, I've enjoyed the morning as well, don't get me wrong. But part of today is about celebrating some people in our community who Mark's labelled the quiet achievers, which I think is really apt. It's actually quite difficult to put a label on the contribution that these people make. These people have been able to build rapport in their communities. They've got a deep understanding and a really sensible approach to building relationships that have allowed them to carry out what might have started out as a job in the first place, but is really an unscripted service that goes above and beyond. The people I'm talking about have genuine character, which is pretty hard to come by. They're certainly not doing what they do for the glory. They're doing it because they want to serve their communities. It's very difficult to sum up these people, but I'm going to try, and because they're quiet achievers, I understand that we might be lucky to get away, but if you could just join me in celebrating these people who contribute to the farming community. Beginning with Jeanette Howie, who has spent 40 years in the district, a dairy farmer at Denison. Her community work as an unofficial and highly effective disaster coordinator for farm support, things like fodder and hay drives. She's been instrumental in the formation of what is now the Need for Feed Run, which is operated by the Lions Club. And in fact, as we're here today, I understand that Jeanette's been involved in sending feed and trucks up to Queensland to aid those who've been affected by the absolutely shocking floods. Just as she has done for disasters in other parts of the country when it's been needed all too frequently, unfortunately. Jeanette was integral in having portable sawmills go into fire-affected properties to remove trees, and she's also a member of the Farmers Group for the Shire. I think it's a position she's held for 20 years, which of course focuses on discussions much like that here today, talking about how we can manage and handle drought as well as other local issues, probably why the rates are too high or something. Jeanette's been in constant contact with farmers. Some of the other committees that she's been involved in include Gibbs Dairy, United Dairy Farmers Victoria, Victorian Farmers Federation, and with Southern Rural Waters, the Callister Customer Consulting Committee. So please could we show some support. Joining Jeanette on our Fight Achievers list today is Phil Taylor, who's had 42 years service that started with the Thompson River Improvement Project back in 1969. I think was the first employee of something called the Thompson River Improvement Trust. Now, Phil retired in June of 2012, comes off the land himself, and has been able to relate to rural and farming communities quite easily. His dedicated efforts include river management, erosion control, stabilisation of the Macalester and Wellington rivers after major floods in 2007. Phil's river restoration knowledge is pretty much unparalleled, and his ability to work with nature and not against it certainly wasn't learnt out of the book, but rather by seeing and by doing. Phil was instrumental in constructing the wetlands at Bragwong, Flooding Creek, Traralgon, Warragul, and Hayfield, which I think is his hometown. One of the highlights of his contribution is that he was involved in the formation of the Catchment Management Authority, which enabled the management of the catchment from its headwaters to the sea. Phil's ingenuity has resulted in him improvising and building machinery and equipment to do the job because nothing else was available at the time. Talk about innovation born of necessity. His work ethic is incredibly strong, and the hours he's worked would not have been reflected in his paycheck. At least that's what I'm told. So I'm not sure, Phil. Thank you, and thanks for your contribution. Terry Higgins is next on the honour roll. In February of 1983, he started with the Lands Department, which is now known as DELP, almost as easy to roll off the tongue as Digitat, or wherever the Agriculture Victoria is located. Look, Terry is still operating, working, going strong as a wild dog controller. I think he was known as Dingo Trapper when he started, Terry. Having previously worked as across the timber sector, Terry's patch now is roughly bounded from Glengarry in the east to Raglan in the west and stretches north to Glencairn and the Venison Plains. For anyone who's had the opportunity to spend a day with Terry in the bush, well, they'll certainly come away having discovered how little they actually knew about the bush and the environment. He reads and understands the signs of the bush and is a real modern-day tracker. He's the eyes and ears of these places that very few of us have ever seen. With DELP having gone through, I think, 9 different name changes over the years, I'm told that Terry should at least have 9 different badge shirts hanging in the wardrobe, although I don't think he's ever been spotted wearing one. He's happiest, of course, just wearing funny. Terry's day could start hours before daylight, travelling to lookout points and to scan, day in the process, looking for any signs of dogs. And I think this is incredibly impressive. Terry's responsible for taking out an average 48 dogs a year. I'm sure that that's helping a lot of landholders and a large part of the community. So it's great to recognise Terry today. Ray Akers saw a need for farmer support that wasn't being filled during the drought. A fierce advocate for farmers and for mental health. And don't we need it? He took it upon himself to cold call in on farming families in and around Hayfield and Gippsland. Ray recognised and understood the plight of drought-affected farmers, knew that men were especially reluctant to seek help for their mental health, and were often suffering with the inability to feed their stock and to financially care for their families. Through word of mouth and the observation of their farms, Ray would drop in and was just able to connect, provide a bit of support, any assistance that he could, perhaps referring them to an agency who could help, organising a hay drive, delivery of necessities. Just by listening to the stories, he was able to save lives. Now, what the drought has broken, and I know we saw those pictures before, which is shocking to think how recent it was. Ray is continuing to support farmers across Wellington and other parts of Gippsland, and he knows that financial pressures and stresses continue to impact long after the rains come. Jerry Davis started in Fibre in 1976, working with the renowned vet Jacob Melbourne on what a mentor and young vet could have, and vice versa. What did Jacob get back? I'm sure. Jerry learned and became very well respected as a vet in his own right, having served in the Victorian division of the Australian Veterinary Association. Jerry's casual, no-stress manner and calming influence in times of crisis is well worth remarking. After 43 years, he has almost hung up the light green sleeveless overalls to continue on his own farm on the Thompson River and to volunteer with the Hayfield Lions. So, thank you, Jerry. I feel like we could go on all day and it'd actually be great. But we'll wrap up with our final quiet achiever today, who is Melissa Ainsworth, who has farmed at Merriman Park, which is a 350-acre property in Stradbroke. Now, Melissa's been there since 2005. She's been on the board of the Yarra Land Care for the past 12 years, secretary of Merriman Creek Land Care Group for the past 13 years. She's been involved with Birds Australia and their Birds on the Farm project since 2017. Mel's an advocate for modern, sustainable agricultural practices and the protection of remnant vegetation, inclusive of planting 1,000 trees per year to create shelter belts. Mel's also developed a business providing and spreading chicken litter and natural fertiliser for soil improvement. In 2009, Mel won the West Gippsland CMA Award for Sustainable Farming. In 2020, she's fundraised locally, I can hear the support coming from outside, to put on, morale boosting community events, which was certainly needed at the time. An option for farmers and their families throughout Dutton, Longford, Stradbroke, River, and Darriman all to come together. Even bringing together services from rural financial counsellors and the National Centre for Farmer Health. Surplus funds from that event too then went on to help biddies, which is continuing to deliver local food hampers. So basically, there you go, Melissa Ainsworth. At the back there. Thank you, Mel, for all that you do. So many people, so many industries help farmers do their job. Tractor and machinery mechanics, got a tractor dealer. Shane is here today. Herd improvement technicians, stock agents, agronomists, even accountants. Was that one for the mayor, was it Mark? Each person that we've recognised today will receive a small token of our thanks and a dining voucher at the Tanamba Cup. So I hope you can all enjoy a night out and recognition of the contribution that you make and that many others will make.
Yeah, just to finish up, guys, this is something that's been on the back burner for a while. As I said, we hope we run this event 2 years ago. One thing, as I say, there's many more people well deserving of this. So please, in the future, if you think of someone, send us an email or whatever, we'll listen next time. But I look at it like this: if these people weren't around, where would we be? the work that comes out Shire over this time here is just phenomenal. Most of them, 40 years plus service, and someone's one job is just phenomenal and continue to do so. So we've got a bit of a certificate to hang in the pool room or the back shed or pump shed, Jerry, whatever. So but the badge for the member pub and make it home. Thanks, guys.
Oh, that's brilliant. Right, let's continue farming for success. Number 2. I'd like to invite Jon Lambert to address us this afternoon. Jon's a professional forester with more than 25 years' experience across the forestry sector, having worked in Australia but also internationally after receiving a Churchill Fellowship in 2004 to Europe and undertaking extensive development work in Africa. Jon's currently the manager of Heartwood Plantations here in the Wellington Shire. Those who aren't aware, Heartwood is Victoria's foremost agroforestry company, managing over 2,000 hectares of timber plantations, as well as some cattle, sheep and goat grazing enterprises. Jon can tell us much more about it. Thanks, Jon.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. I think it's very fitting that there's timber being delivered out the side there whilst the forest is about to get up and talk. I don't know any like props, do I? God, not out the door. Fantastic. No, well, it's Britain, so it's important in Tassie, I think. Well, good to be with you today and to share something a little bit different, I think, I imagine, for those of you who've been with for the entire day. And I'm the General Manager at Heartwood Plantations. I founded it way back in 1995, and we started planting plantations around about 1998, and that's been quite a journey of learning. So today I want to give you a bit of an overview of what we do as an organisation. As was mentioned, we're in partnership with Radial Timber, which is a very innovative sawmilling and timber company based in Yarram. And I'm going to give you this overview and hopefully share with you a bit of a vision of the future, what we're planning on and what we see. So just quickly before we do that, I'll just give you a little bit of an overview of what forestry looks like for most of us, and historically, certainly what I grew up with in terms of plantation forestry. And it tends to be in Australia on an industrial level, so we're talking thousands, hundreds and thousands of hectares at a time, one species normally. There's very minimal land management, it's all about just growing the trees. And we get very large quantities of lower value products. So pine and chip, particularly in the hardwood sector, are the two primary products that are grown from most of the forestry that's undertaken in Australia. When we talk about the plantations we do at Heartwood, we grow what we call naturally durable timbers. So just to quickly give you an overview of the hardwood sector, there's about 2 million hectares of them in Australia that have been planted. Majority of this is short rotation, just grown for chip and pulp, paper, carpet, that sort of thing. And less than 5% is actually grown for what we call the durable, the high value products that can be used for decking and outdoor things without being treated. So less than 5% is a small amount, and almost all of that in New South Wales. So when we talk about the different classes in timber, we have them class 1 to 4 in durability. The 1 and 2 last from sort of 15 to 40 years above ground without any treatment. So they're naturally able to withstand the elements, and they have underground ratings as well. Most of the eucalypts we grow for fast rotation for pulpwood are more that 3 or 4, and they're not really good for those sorts of things. They can be used for some internal applications, but they're not useful outdoors. So our niche is growing those durable plantations. Most of the timber for this that comes into Victoria particularly is from imports. So Heartwood is a very different organisation. Our plantations are what we'd say small to medium size. We're talking as small as 10 hectares and some of them up to sort of 100. We do multiple species because eucalyptus actually grow naturally with quite a few species together. Having a monoculture isn't actually that common in nature. Although they do occur, it's not that common. And certainly I think what's happened in Australia is we've got pines from overseas. We plant them everywhere and they work quite well, but it hasn't really worked that well with other hardwoods. As I mentioned, all of our species are class 1 and 2 durable. We do intensive management, so we're thinning them, we're pruning them to get that value. And so we're concentrating on a higher value product with a smaller amount of it. And we're also undertaking agroforestry within all of this. So, as I said, we started planting way back in 1998, so some of our plantations are coming on now. We think probably a 25 to 30 year rotation would have them of size that we can put them through the sawmill. At the moment, we're managing around about 50 different properties and about 3,500 hectares. And a range of investors. The major investor for us is Radial Timber. We manage about probably 2/3 of what we do is their resource, and the rest are private investments. Our species, we've dabbled with all sorts of species over the years, but we've narrowed it down now to sort of 4 or 5. And they get planted on the blocks according to the characteristics of each block. So some blocks have got a high rainfall, some are more inclined to get frost or exposure, some are more likely to be waterlogged or have different fertilities in the soil. So we plant the eucalypts according to what we think will work best on that site. Just quickly, Radial Timber Australia, it's set up as a prototype mill actually back in the 1980s. I remember visiting there at forestry school. It was a very basic, simple system, but very clever. And it's been bought out and then mechanised, and a whole new mill was built and opened in 2017 and 2018. At the moment, it gets all of its logs from big forest, as most of the hardwood mills do in Victoria. And there's an annual cut there of about 10,000 cubic metres. It's actually quite small, but as I said, looking at higher value products. I'll show you quickly in a moment some of the products. You can see some of them there in the photo. But the 2 species predominantly are silver top ash and brown stringbark, and most of them are coming from central Gippsland. How the structure works: Hardwood Plantations looks after all the land and all the forest resources and the livestock, and then the timber is all processed at Yarram and then it goes to wholesale and retail out of Melbourne. The spread of our resource, well, I didn't quite get the shire boundaries on there, sorry, but essentially you can see Yarram down the middle, down the bottom there. That's where the sawmill is, and quite a lot of what we have is in the Wellington Shire. We've got a little bit in South Gippsland and a little bit in East Gippsland as well. Quite a lot of our properties are close to Yarram, and that's deliberate because we don't want to be too far away to transport wood. So in terms of timber, we're seeing incredible demand for these products. And you know, we could probably sell 3 times what we have, but it's about getting the resource, and that's the hardest thing for sawmilling. Our sales have increased 50% over the last few years, and people love our products because they're very stable. And I'll talk to you in a moment about the way in which it's sawn. It's quite unique, and it gives a very different product to conventional sawmilling. The other thing is having a naturally durable product gives us an edge in that there's concerns now over treated pine. A lot of people don't want it, particularly where there's going to be children, playgrounds, areas where they're touching and being in contact with regularly. So natural products are certainly in demand in those spaces. This is probably our most common line is what we call our cladding, our shiplap, and you can see it looks absolutely fantastic when it's all put together. That's silver top ash. We also do a lot of decking, and that's mahogany from central Gippsland. You can see the different sizes. It's quite deliberately done that way. I'll explain a little bit about that as well. And what we call screen boards up the back. That's yellow stringbark decking there, and you can see these screen boards in the back. That's another one of our products there that's used extensively. You'll see our products in a lot of places like national parks. You'll see the botanic gardens, zoos, those sorts of things. Very popular, and I think you'll agree they look fantastic. And then perhaps where it all started, what we call the natural weatherboard, which is cut in such a unique way that we cut these tiny little wedges all around the log. And then when you trim the edges off, they all fall out. And then you follow the pattern of the log. So if the log's got a little kink in it, you just follow it along with all the boards in sequence, and you get this natural effect. Leaves a bark on everything. It looks fantastic. So looking towards the future, I just want to give you a bit of a second half here about the key things that, for us, we're looking at and we've been working at currently, and we're seeing as being things that are going to be very important going forward. So the first one is when we're talking about durable hardwood plantations, we've been really forced to be the leaders in this space because there just isn't any research that's been done. We're behind the New Zealanders, we're the home of eucalyptus, but so many other countries are way ahead of us in growing and managing eucalyptus, but not so much in the durable space. So this is an area we've been very strong in. So I'm not going to read through all these, I'm just going to highlight them now, and I'm going to go through them one by one. So what does it mean to be a leader? Well, we've had to learn about how the trees grow, where they grow. You can't sell something to investors unless you know how it grows, you know it's going to perform. Nutrition and genetics are keys in agriculture as they are in forestry. And I just want to touch on these quickly. One thing I decided way back, I think in 2002 it was, I decided, you know what, every plantation we put in, we're going to put in some permanent growth plots. We're going to measure them every single year. And we're still doing that now. We've got hundreds of them. But what it's done for us is it meant for every species that we now have this fantastic set of data across different rainfalls and different soils, so that we can actually look on a site and actually go, you know what, in 10, 20 odd years' time, we've got an idea of where it should be heading and what we need to do to get there. That's been very helpful, also predicting the sorts of yields and things we might get. Nutrition has been terribly tricky. Agronomists tend to look at that top kind of 30 centimetres of the soil, that important zone. In forestry, we dig down to 3 metres to have a look at what the subsoil is doing as well. And so it's very challenging trying to work out what goes on in such a huge volume of space across the land. So we've learned a lot about nutrition. We've had to do a lot of research, a lot of working with new companies about what we apply, how much we apply. Some of the nutrients that we apply go in better through the leaves, through the foliage, through the soil. And then we've been learning about different interactions with other plants and grasses and things. Genetics, another really tricky area and one that we've had to do a lot of work in. We started really getting the seeds straight from the native bush, so what you were getting was kind of lucky hit, a lot of trees with branches and odd forms, and we've gradually thinned those and collected seed from the better trees, thinned them again and planted and gone again. We're second generation now of improved seed, and it takes years, decades really to do this and do it well. So we've had to do a lot of work in that space, and we've got various trials and working with seed companies. Techniques and technologies. So we heard earlier about Churchill Fellowships. I did one many years ago and spent some time in Scandinavia, which is where a lot of forestry innovation happens. So I've learned a lot from that. I've taken a lot of those concepts and ideas and looked back regularly at different options overseas, because as I said, Australia's forestry has really been set up more industrial scale. So when you're doing smaller things with different species, we don't have a lot of options. But we've learned a lot, and one of the areas has been pruning. We prune our trees to that kind of first 6 metres. I've done that once or twice, getting up a ladder and pruning up to 6 metres, and I don't need to do it again. I've experienced it, and once is enough. And you can imagine there's a little bit of breeze going on. As a company owner, I get quite nervous about contractors going up there and making sure they've got their insurance. So it's been something we've had to do, and we've got harnesses and helmets and everything else, but we've finally found a bit of technology that was designed and built in New Zealand that we've just been using this year, and it seems to be a bit of a winner. It can handle reasonable terrain. It's got a setup like harvesting equipment on the back there that goes over logs and stumps and things, and you can manage it with, you can move it with your feet, so we can prune whilst we're going up and down the tree rather than trying to have two people. So that's been a bit of a winner for us. The guys don't get as tired because they're not moving ladders all the time. Obviously, the safety issue, we're getting greater productivity, lower cost per tree. And there'll always still be a few steep areas we have to use ladders, but it's certainly improving the safety for us. We've also had to look at our harvesting and our thinning particularly, which is what we're doing a lot of now. This is a bit of equipment from Sweden, which we trialled and then purchased, and we've been using that extensively now to do our thinning operation. You can see it's adapted to be able to work on slopes. It also has a spray equipment that goes through the chainsaw head, so we can kill the stump and not have to worry about the coppice growth afterwards. Very safe. The harvesting head's very accurate, gives us a whole lot of information, and that's been a bit of a long process to find something that suits what we're doing. And then, even getting your logs out, we've had to trial different things. We worked with this little system for a while, which is basically adapted to a Belcher tractor. Belcher is probably the only small-scale tractor available in Australia that actually has a full steering out seat. You can operate it facing the other way. So it worked then to put one of these folding trailers on. And look, it's done the job. Longer term, I'm not sure it's going to be the solution because it's actually quite slow and productivity is a bit of an issue. But again, it's a Finland product, and it's been helpful for us working out our costs and our systems, and a great stepping stone. And I'm just going to quickly go through the radial sawmill. I encourage anyone who's interested in sawmilling to have a look at this mill. It's quite revolutionary. It's a wonderful design. Just quickly, this is on the left how conventional sawing tends to work. It cuts in that sort of a pattern. The radial concept works on the idea that logs want to split like this naturally. You'll see many logs sitting in the yard and they want to split like that. So the radial sawing concept actually cuts the log kind of in those wedges like this, and then it back saws those wedges to get the products. So you're releasing the stress in the wood very, very gently, which means the product's very stable. A lot of sawmilling of small eucalypts, when you run it through the saw, the wood tends to wave and curve, and you end up having quite a lot of loss. So it all sits on a big rail saw like this. It comes in and they clamp the ends, and that big rail saw there is a circular saw that cuts to the middle, and then that tweaks around and cuts the wedges, and they fall out on the side there. Then they run through a multi-saw, back saw pieces. So every wedge you get a small section of timber, so you might get a 45, a 60, 90, 120, 150 in that wedge. So each wedge will take a whole range of products, which has its own challenges, but I'll explain a little bit more about that in a moment. So what we get is a much higher recovery. Traditional sawing, you're looking at anywhere between 20-30% best recovery, particularly smaller eucalypt logs. We can get consistently over 40, and some of our products like the weatherboards, we're using up to 90% of the log. So it's a much better use of the timber. We're getting higher value products from smaller trees. So those little sections that we cut, you would have seen them in the decking, how we go wide and then narrow, wide and then narrow. That's done for taste, and people enjoy having that creativity. But what we've done is we've taken a little piece of timber that would normally end up as a garden wedge and work very little, and turn it into a high value product, which is then celebrated and people are demanding it. So it's been a fantastic innovation that's seen a lot of market growth. And look, to date, as I say, we've been cutting older timber from the state forest, and now we're working on trials with plantation logs, and they're looking really similar. Very, very positive indeed. So we're very fortunate we found a few older plantations to do these trials on. We're starting to see the results. We're feeling very confident about how it's going to look in the future. Minor products is another problem for the durable wood because it's not very good for coal. It's heavy, it's dark, and they don't really like it. So you're restricted where you can sell your fittings and waste products. So we've worked on a range of things. So we're probably fortunate that we can create a firewood that's a high value product. This is a new brand we're just going to kick off this year in bags. We can sell a fully plantation grown firewood that's got condensed into firewood values. We're also now finding that some of the species are stable enough that we can run them through and turn them into hardened posts. And at this stage, we're seeing a whole lot of positives there. We're going to start talking to particularly the vineyard industry who are looking for an alternative to treated pine, particularly in the organic space. So for some of those species, this is a real option. And then there are plans in place now to move to creating veneer. And veneer, it's like a big pencil sharp. You can take off that wood and you can use it to recreate structural timber out of that wood. So we're looking at, again, different ways to use those smaller pieces in a higher value application. And then, of course, even the waste, we've got to find a way to utilise that. So bioenergy is now being looked at by the mill. There's a trial going in where we'll try and use a lot of that waste material for power, heat for the kilns, and a range of other products can come off that as well. And then, of course, the agroforestry side, which is quite unique. There's very few companies that are doing this in Australia, but it's been something we've worked fairly hard at, and we've got a long way to go. We've only been looking at this space for probably 3 or 4 years. The first one was getting better at creating pasture within the trees. Often we don't worry so much with the trees, we don't worry about what's underneath. We spend a lot of time getting away from burning, getting away from spraying lots of weeds and using a lot more mulching techniques. We've trialled various things and we've seen some fantastic results. This is a new plantation that had an old plantation on it. It was a mess, and we mulched it all up and we had a fantastic result. Come back and you can see there that, you know, we've got good trees growing and great grass, which is what we want. Cattle and sheep has been something that we've been using for these reasons. You know, there's a lot of pressure for fire. There's also pressure on invading veg, weeds, and cows do a great job with that. We've had sheep doing a pretty good job. I was just talking to someone earlier about how well they've done on some of our blocks with ragwood, and that's been a real work that's turned out to be a positive result. And the other one is a new thing that we've just trialled, and that's goats. And we've got them in some of our higher rainfall blocks. We've got terrible blackberries, and we're finding in this trial that that's all they want, which is a good thing. Handling with the fences and things is something we're learning more about, but we're certainly seeing some great results. And as I read more about the goat market, I think actually this is actually worth doing something there, because we spend so much money on weed control and access issues when you've got all these blackberries, and if we can utilise them, go for it, goats, I say. And finally, conservation's become very important. It's always been important to me. I spent a lot of time looking at it at uni, and I really love it, and it's just trying to find a commercial value for it and applying within these investments, which has been really exciting. This space has opened up more and more. Some of our properties have got some beautiful riparian zones. This is one of our blocks in the Currajong area with beautiful waterfalls, and we're now looking in partnerships with various organisations, CMAs, Landcares, Breeding Australia, to get more of these areas away from the livestock, improve them, and see the biodiversity increase. Also, very importantly, some of our properties have some remnant vegetation. Now, whether that's alive or dead, we see it as valuable. We never knock them down. It's amazing how many animals can connect once those young trees come up, and then they've got connections between the stags. So, one thing I'm quite passionate about, just finally, is the idea of actually re-educating the next generation. In our sector, in the forestry sector, there's been this ridiculous war going on for years, for decades, between green groups saying you shouldn't do it, you're all horrible, you're all evil, and forestry people saying we're doing the right thing, these are our jobs that are important, and just going back and forth, we seem to get nowhere. And we're offering a new model to say, hey, this can work together. Farming and forestry can work together in a fantastic model. And we can, and I'm not saying for or against forest harvesting, I'm just saying that I think there's a whole new model here that we can see as positive and educate our young people. So we're committed at Grady on Hartwood to setting up a discovery centre. This is just a photo of the one that's at Echuca that talks a lot about timber and the history. But we've recently purchased the old Yarram Library, which was a place of learning. We have a vision to turn that into an agroforestry discovery centre at some point. We're just doing the planning of that, and we hope to have something there that we can bring tour groups through. We already do a number of tours to our mill and our sites. We thought, what a great thing to bring people through and show them the whole lot and how it can be applied for the future. So just in a couple of things in closing, we've got a bit of a challenge ahead. Many of you would know that our state government has decided to shut down the native forests by 2030. Right or wrong, that puts the Radio Timber Mill and Hayfield Mill and many others in a bit of a predicament. So we've got a challenge. We started planting, fortunately, unlike any other mill in Victoria, we started planting as the earliest ones in 2004, so it's a long time ago, but we're still 10 years away at least from some of those coming to fruition. So we've got a way to go. We've got a lot more land to plant to become viable and sustainable in the future. And just finally, it was mentioned, I spent a bit of time in Africa. As a Christian guy, I've always believed in giving back, helping those that are less fortunate. So back in 2008, I set up a foundation as part of what we do. I've been to Africa about 20 times, and we love working with local farmers there to teach them some of these things as well. It's been an amazing experience, and we've seen incredible results out of helping farmers just see what are some other options for them instead of just growing maize or whatever they grow year on end, and getting away from living hand to mouth. So we've called it Beyond Subsistence, and it's been operating in 5 different countries, and it's been perhaps one of the most rewarding things that I do. Anyway, I will finish, and thank you for your time. It's been great to share, And back to...
Thank you so much, Jon. There was so much in your presentation. It's fascinating, just the so many different aspects to forestry and for such an old industry, how different its future might actually be. So thank you very much for your time today. The title of our next presentation is Why We Moved to Wellington Shire, which as somebody who was born here, I've often wondered why anybody would do that. So, not true. It's cool now, but Jeremy Hoare joins us from Hussey & Co. Jeremy's the Managing Director there and has been since 2007, having built the business from a small operation into a fully integrated grower and processor of baby leaf salads. Over to you, Jeremy.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Hoare, and like you said already, the reason why I'm talking today is why we moved to the Wellington Shire. So I'm the owner of a company called Hussey & Co, and we're baby leaf salad growers. So we grow the little baby spinach and mesclun salad leaves, basically. And I've owned Hussey's for about 16 years. We're a fully integrated business, so we grow our own products. We have a factory which we wash, process, we bag and box our products. And then we export that product overseas and we sell throughout Australia. So we'll send to the supermarkets, food service, and into Southeast Asia. Originally, our farming operation was based in Pearsdale on the Wellington Peninsula. And it hasn't been an ideal area for us. So I bought Hussey's in about 2007. And it was quite a small business. We used to do about 12 tonne of baby leaf a week. And when I bought the business, I set a strong intent to actually grow the business. And I really wanted to grow a much bigger business. So around, I sort of bought the business and then I set out to grow it. And around about 2017, we had really outgrown our capacity in Pearsdale. The business was growing really, really fast. Demand for our product was there, which was fantastic because it's clearly important. And but I was constantly investing in the business, and the biggest problem we always had was enough land. At this point, up until about 2017, we only ever leased land, and I never owned my own farms, so it was always a challenge. And I hadn't really thought when I bought the business, I hadn't really thought how to go about it. It was more a legacy. So I bought the business and I took over the land that we leased, and it was becoming a problem. The farms we leased were not ideal. Down in Pearsdale, the water was very, very salty. So most of the water came from underground aquifers. In fact, it was so salty that in summer you could walk on the ground and see the salt. So it was a real disaster for me. The product, because we're growing the business really fast, it was becoming really difficult to actually expand the business. So that was a problem for us. The other thing as well is the sandy soils in Pearsdale were very sandy, and the soil health, soil structure, it was very technical to grow a crop, and so it wasn't easy. It was sandy soil, salty water. The other one was labour. A lot of people on Wellington Peninsula, it's not really a farming area anymore. It's more suited to city people, factory workers, and it was a constant battle to find the right people for the business. The other issue for us when we were in Wellington or on the peninsula was the price of land. I mean, first of all, if you could get enough land to put together was a big deal, but it was at least twice the price, more expensive than out here in Gippsland. And the quality of the land, in my opinion, for what we do, was not anywhere near the same quality. The other thing, if you buy land down there, getting actual real water rights or enough water was a very difficult thing. And it was a constant fight. There was a residential expansion, I think. In Cranbourne, it was one of the fastest growing residential areas at one time. And so the local government was more interested in investing in residential property and they weren't really focused on investing in farming infrastructure, and there was no real support for farming. So for me, in short, it wasn't a great area to expand in, and I really could see that the writing was on the wall, and if I was going to grow the business, I had to find a really good area. And so this was sort of, this was my big driver, basically. So like I said, my intent was to grow the business, and I believe you have to start well to finish well. And we were at the time in Piersdale, we weren't going very well. We were going really well growing our sales, but it was really difficult to actually progress it. So I needed to start actually looking around, and I started my journey looking for an area where we could expand our business. I believe in setting a really strong intent. Intention, for me, is how you manifest your reality. So if you have a strong intent, you will create a reality around whatever your intention is. Sometimes you're aware of your intent, sometimes you're not. You should be aware of your intent, because it's basically how you define yourself and define what happens in the future. So for me, I had to ask myself, what did I want? Most importantly, I wanted to own my own farms, because at that point I'd only owned about 40 acres. And so, when you lease property, the problem with that is that you can never really, invest into someone else's block. It's difficult. You have to sort of take what you get, and so putting money back into someone else's block is not a great investment idea. It's great for the person who owns the farm, but not for you. So I wanted my own farms. I was looking for land that was abundant, good soils, good climate. I wanted to attract the right people with a good farming pedigree, people that were actual farmers. Not wannabe farmers, and I wanted to be amongst the farming community. That was really important for me. And I didn't really want to even have to think about water. Water was a real nightmare for us. At one stage we ran out of water, and I was carting water in Piersdale by the truckload into a dam and trying to irrigate my plants like that. It was really very difficult. So water was a really big one, and I didn't want to use salty water, so I needed good infrastructure. And then when I spoke to the university, I said, look, please, creating my intent, I said, could you please look at the price of land as well? That was my wish. Right? So I created this intent, and off I set. I suppose when you set a strong intent, you've got to take action. So I set out towards Gippsland. Obviously, I'm from South Africa. This is my best Australian accent. And I set out looking at, I spent a lot of my time in Wellington Peninsula. I knew the peninsula quite well. I knew Piersdale, and I didn't really know Gippsland. And I have to say that it was a really fantastic experience. I don't know from here, but it was a lovely place to come out and see Gippsland, and it's an amazing part of Victoria. And one very beautiful sunny day, I was introduced to Newry in this region, and that was where I purchased my first farm. So we purchased about 140-acre dairy farm. It was a really lovely dairy farm, and for dairy farmers in the room, I'm sorry, I ripped out the dairy and pulled the fences up. And we were about getting it into production as quick as we could. I have to say that once we started farming this area, my supply of product improved, my quality improved, and my sales improved. It was pretty exciting. I must, even though Newry is about 2.5 hours away from Piersdale, I knew it was going to add a cost to my product. Basically, it was going to add there. But in fact, the quality of the soil, the climate, the weather, and everything else in this region, it actually improved my yields, and it's never been an issue at all for us. In fact, it's just been a really abundant area. So that was a great thing. That was unexpected, basically. So since then, since we continued to sort of grow in this area, it's been very good for our business. Our growth as a business sort of outstripped our initial purchase pretty quickly. But my confidence in Newry was definitely growing. And so I continued to invest. Our business got bigger, we employed more people, we sold more salad, which was fantastic. I then bought another 250 acres next door to the first farm. And after that, we continued to grow, we continued to invest. And we bought another 3 farms, and we ended up with around about 1,000 acres all in one big group, which was really lucky. for us, because that was unexpected. We thought we might have areas in different areas, but we were able to put this into one big area. I was just talking a bit earlier, and I was just saying one thing about business is it's a very hungry animal, and if you don't feed it, it will just stagnate and disappear. So my suggestion is to keep investing and keep driving your business and stay ahead of the game. So we continue to expand. All the farms, like I said, we were really lucky to get them all together, and that's created a lot of ease in our business. And it was sort of an unexpected product from setting this intention. So with these properties, our quality, our supply really improved. It actually is a very, very good farming region. I mean, if you're going to farm in Victoria, for me, this is one of the premium areas in Gippsland. I know the dairy farmers don't want to see veggie farmers come in. I think it's a bit like the beef and the sheep farmers and sort of thing. But we're not trying to overtake dairy. It's just that we want to be part of this region because it's a really good region. The thing that it's done for our business is that it's created consistency in what we produce. And in any business, any successful business, consistency is a key. So I often say that you can consistently produce a very good product. And everyone goes, yeah, that's obvious. You can also consistently produce a poor quality product as well. That's okay, because everybody knows what they're going to get, and that's okay. But God forbid you produce something in between, because no one knows where they go. And no one knows what they're going to get. It's a bit like McDonald's. You go to McDonald's, you don't want to get a Turkish burger for a cheeseburger. So the thing with Yuri, like I said, it's definitely allowed me to be consistent, and this has underpinned our business. It's definitely allowed us to invest with ease and invest with confidence. So it's been a very, very good region for us. Since my initial investment, we have further expanded again from the Newry region. We moved out to Bushy Park. We bought 2 farms out there. That was to manage the weather risk and just the business risk again. So we have up at about 1,500 acres of veggie production. But to be honest, the good soils, the abundant water, the great climate have all really contributed to our quality and our consistency of supply. And that's been a really, really great thing for growing our business. So we've been able to grow the business with a lot of confidence. And I think whoever farms in this area, whoever's involved in agriculture in this area, can attest to this. I think really, if you look around Australia, this is definitely one of the premium areas. So when I look back at my intention, that's the intention I said, the strong intention, I have to say that I couldn't have found a better region. This has aligned to my intent. There's abundant land, the price is really good. The soils are great, the people are farmers and understand farming, and yes, the water is excellent and abundant, and it's not salty, which is really good. In fact, the freeways are really good. You can even do 110 kilometers an hour, which I quite enjoy. So it's actually been a great area, and it's been a game changer for my business. I do believe that there is a lot of opportunity here in Gippsland. For businesses to expand into agriculture, and anyone even in this region, I think you can invest with a lot of confidence. If you are in agriculture and you choose an area like Newry where there's water and good soil and good climate, then I think you can be pretty confident about continuing to invest and continue to grow your business. So a little bit of advice for me is it's better to pay too much for a good piece of property than to pay too little for a bad piece of property. Right? So I'll just repeat that again so it sinks in. It's better to pay too much for a good piece than too little for a bad piece. Right? And I have to say that this has proved true for me. I think anyone investing in this area, you can go hard if you want to expand your business. I think it's a bit build it and they will come. I think that's a little bit what this region can actually offer to you, is that you can actually go hard here, you can invest with a lot of confidence, and I think you'll be okay. I think it takes a lot of the risk out. And certainly you can capitalize on this in this region going forward. I have to say that managing risk in farming is a big deal. As you all know, farming is not easy. I talk about a beautiful climate, but I've got to say the last 8 months have been a bloody to be honest, all the rain. I don't really like the rain. We like to put the water on ourselves, and because being veggie farmers, you want to control that input. but we've had fire floods like all the rest of you, and it's been very difficult. But that said, because of the quality of the area, we've actually come out pretty well, to be honest. It's actually been okay, and so we've been very impressed with this region. I think what it does do is it certainly removes the risk. The farming is a tough business, and I think by coming here, it's made it a lot less risky for us. So there's one piece of advice. The other piece of advice is if you aim to grow your business, ensure that you have a really clear intent. Well, to be honest, it's not about really growing your business. It's about anything in life. I believe you should have a strong intention because intent is going to take you where you want to go. And I think that once you know what it is you want, once you set out to achieve what you want to do, then take action and go for it. And finally, trust and allow in what comes up. I didn't expect to find such a fantastic region. It wasn't my expectation, but certainly I really had to create a strong intention. And here I am in Fibre Gippsland, which is fantastic. So trust your gut, you'll find your way, you'll be guided, and at the end of the day, your intent will align with whatever the energy and what you manifest will align with what you intended. So that's really my story, and thank you for listening, and I trust that you find it interesting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. That was great, and we certainly set our intent for 110 all the way home. I know you've got to get back, get on the tractor, I think, this afternoon. So, and thanks for seeing the positives in the local area when perhaps some of us can't see them sometimes. That's great. Thanks, Jeremy. Okay. Right, so there is going to be an opportunity for questions of almost all of our panellists a little bit later. Before we take another tea break, I'd like to invite Jon Lambert, who comes to us from Agriculture Victoria today. He's got a presentation on digital ag, which I know some people are very much looking forward to, and others will maybe need a little bit more explaining about, including myself.
Alright, good afternoon everyone. Thanks for having me here today. Before I begin, I just want to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. So as mentioned earlier, I am Jan. I work for Agriculture Victoria in the digital agriculture space. And today I'm just here to give everyone a bit of an update on where we are now and where we'll be headed in the sort of digital ag sort of ecosystem going into the future from a state government perspective. Look, this journey for the department probably started nearly 3 years ago. We started with the Internet of Things trial, and that was really the beginning of our sort of foray into the digital agriculture space. And what we sort of discovered there, as a bit of a study, there was a huge opportunity in digital agriculture. 20 billion in terms of value added to Australian production with the appropriate use of technology in growing. And what we identified as part of the initial study back in 2018 was that there were a number of barriers to adoption across the agriculture industry. And so we developed the Internet of Things trial as a bit of a pilot, as a bit of a test case, so to see if we can address some of those barriers and help improve adoption across the agriculture sector. So really the barriers we identified at the start was the lack of capital to invest, the lack of digital literacy across the industry, the lack of connectivity for a lot of these devices that people wanted to use on farm, as well as a lack of known return of investment, right? So ag tech was a bit of an unknown quantity. No one really knew what they were going to get out of it or if they were really going to get their money back after spending it. So what we did as part of the program was have a bit of a grants program. We had a grant funding from across 2 rounds between 25,000 and 30,000 per farm business. We recruited Queensland or across Victoria to interact directly with the industry to help with that digital literacy piece. We delivered an IoT network across the 5 trial regions. That network is called LoRaWAN, so it's a bit of a technical explanation to that, which I won't go into, but we did deliver that across the regions to help with supporting those devices. And in terms of demonstrating the return of investment, we will also be delivering a number of economic case studies that are to come, that will be delivered later this year, based on the trial participants that went through the program. So just briefly, the trial is closed, so the applications are closed for this program, but it is still ongoing in terms of this number. The farmers are still in the process of installing their technology, and the suppliers are still in the process of delivering all the solutions to the whole cohort. But we have had over 300 participating farmers across the 4 industries, of which we focus on horticulture, sheep, dairy, and cropping. And this was rolled out across 5 local government areas, of which Wellington Shire is one of them, and the rest of them being Buhler Shire, Wellington Shire, Moira Shire, and the city of Redshepton. Wellington Shire itself has 60 farm businesses across 2 funding rounds that have participated in this program, that have received grant funding from us to buy technology. And some of the technology supported through this program includes things like soil moisture probes, existing usable technology that is known on the market, wet stations, animal monitoring collars, irrigation automation, things like that. I believe Luke just mentioned he was one of the participants as well. And so right now we're undergoing the early sort of monitoring and evaluation of the program to sort of see what the outcomes really are for the farmers. And we've also finalised the delivery of that network across all the regions. We've received some early evaluation from round 1 participants, of which we have 96 participants, of which we've sent out the survey to about 77. We've had about a 70% response rate for the survey, the evaluation survey, and so that's about 77 responses so far. And so these results are just a summary of what we found out so far. And what we found is that grant funding accelerated the technology investment for about 83% of the participants. So a lot of participants had technology on their minds. They didn't really necessarily start that journey yet, but what the funding did was help them sort of get a head start on that investment. 17%, on the other hand, didn't really think about investing in technology at the time, and did so as a result of the program. 98% of participants derived benefit from the purchase of technology, and they say they will continue to use it. A lot of the feedback we had before starting the program was that farmers would buy technology and it would end up in the shed, not used, because it was too difficult, wasn't really doing what they thought it would do. And so I think it was a really good feedback that majority of the participants say they will continue to use it and got benefit from it. 85% of the participants really valued the role of the coach and support from the industry technology coordinator, having someone to sort of vet ideas and bounce, get more knowledge from, I think was a really beneficial part of the program. 74% said they were likely or highly likely to further invest in technology, whilst the rest were sort of undecided or unlikely. So 74% is a pretty good number, I think. And then 83% did say that their knowledge of ag tech improved as a result of the program that we ran, and I think that was a really positive outcome as well. Just briefly, this was just some feedback from the farmers that came through the program. A lot of them did have a lot of good things to say. Things like having better decision making and being able to identify problems before they actually became too big of a problem. Having more data to help with crop planning and fertilizer application. Delivering big changes to how they sort of manage their herds in terms of mating and joining. As well as better, more efficient use of water resources. So just to summarize, based on the feedback that we received from the participants on round 1 of the program, the top benefits of farmers seem to have been the education and support. So a lot of farmers really said that they really enjoyed attending demonstration events, online workshops to learn more about the technology. That's what they really got value out of. Having exposure and learning to what technology exists. So a lot of farmers didn't really know what was out there, and having a bit more of that structured approach to really learn what was available on the market was useful to them. We weren't able to sort of obviously demonstrate every single piece of technology that would exist in the world, but I think what we were able to sort of bring to the table for farmers was really helpful to them to further their learning. Obviously, the risk reduction through financial assistance was of great benefit to all the participants through the grant funding. And I think what was raised as well was the importance of a trusted intermediary between farmers and agri companies. So having us to sort of act as a bit of a broker in a sense to communicate back to the industry and what farmers' needs were was very valuable. Some of the learnings that we had was there seemed to be a bit of a disconnect, I think, between solution providers and farmers. There needs to be a bit of maturity in the development of the agri industry. A lot of suppliers were in, I would say, different stages of their development. Some were really great, advanced, and efficient, and really good at delivering what they promised. And other suppliers, on the other hand, probably needed a little bit more development in that space. And there was a great need for post-sales support and product development. We did learn, from our perspective, a bit of improvement to our program design. We did change the approach for the program across round 1 and 2, in that allowing more flexibility to what could be purchased. We had a much more sort of stringent or strict round 1, where we were quite controlled as to what farmers could purchase, and what we found through that process is that farmers really needed that flexibility to cater solutions according to their business needs. The third point as well is that ag tech and connectivity needs are complex and unique to the individual. I think as was raised from some of the other speakers today, every farm is different, every farm is unique, every farm has their own needs, and ag tech is not a one-size-fits-all proposal, and everyone needs to have the flexibility to adapt to what they buy or what they install in their farms that suits their business needs. And following that, after we closed off both rounds 1 and 2 of the trial, we released the Digital Agriculture Investment Scheme, which is a further $10 million investment to support adoption in the program, and that was a statewide program that was rolled out to farmers. That was actually closed within 2 weeks of opening, in which we received over 500 applications. So it does demonstrate there's a huge demand for funding and support to invest in this area. So just where do we go to from here? And I've just got a slide just to demonstrate that we started off in the trial with one barrier that we thought we would be, well, 3 barriers that we thought we would be addressing, and what we discovered there's a lot more to work on, right, to get to our aspired position. And so it's a complex space, and there's a lot more that the industry or government really needs to do to really help support the ed tech proliferation in Victoria, and to really sort of realise those benefits that a lot of the reports are talking about for ed tech to Victorian agriculture. There's probably not a lot of specific information I can sort of present here, because a lot of these initiatives will be announced later this year. But essentially, we have quite a number of different programs that will be released later this year, of which there will be digital literacy training programs for farmers to involve themselves in to further the education around ag tech. We'll be exploring the potential of sharing data through farm workshops, working with the industry to understand how we can sort of derive the community value through data sharing and the use of ag tech. And we're also developing a bit of a network to help the farmers at the centre of ag tech innovation, sort of bridge that gap between startups, research, and product development companies. Alright, so I've got a bit of a video here from our trial, and this is one of the farmers that participated in the program, and I thought it would just be a good opportunity to play it for everyone today.
Hi, today we're in Berrimore at the farm of Tim and Susie Lockhart. Tim and Susie participated in the second round of the Internet of Things trial. They were interested to see what the benefits of connected technology could bring to their farm business. In this video, we'll investigate their journey so far. we hope you find it informative.
I'm Susan Lockhart, and I'm here at Berrimah. This is my husband.
Tim, yeah, I'm Tim Lockhart. We're 20 k's west of Wedderburn, in between St and Charlton as well. We run sheep for wool production and mostly meat, lambs, and we also crop canola, wheat, barley, and occasionally lupins.
The internet devices that we had installed was the weather stations, which we decided on the 4 weather stations, giving us the wind and rain and conditions straight to our phone, which is terrific, and then a moisture probe, which is out on a farm about 20 kilometres or 30 kilometres from here, so that helps us. We went for the ag cloud, which is security around the property.
We also went with a security tag that's buried in the driveway, so that obviously sends a signal to our phone to say that someone's potentially coming in, and 99% of them will be innocent. It's just that off chance that we've got someone untoward on the property, and we can at least get a picture of their plate, which is going to make their job a lot harder than it potentially was. It was mostly the advice from the agronomist on things that could potentially help us, and that's where the weather stations came into it. Just to look at your phone, we can just check the weather on a number of locations and see the variance in it, and also see what the conditions are like out there for whatever we plan to do, whether it's spraying or harvesting. And there's also the moisture probe, which is a very new thing to me, but interested in how that can help us make decisions in the future on fertiliser, etc.
The time saving, I find Jim's pretty time poor, so hopefully the less travel, checking weather conditions before spraying, spreading urea, all those sorts of things when it comes to ordering, and hopefully it gives us more quality time. The LoRa network for us, for our operations now, is allowing us to get notifications or read our weather stations, which is a really positive thing. In the future, it's going to be great for our sons coming home on the farm with new technology that's going to keep them interested. They've done ag training at Wellington College, and hopefully they're ahead of the times with all futures, and they'll be able to connect with other farmers that are probably doing the same. This will keep them connected with what's available in the future with technology, I hope, and help them. We've had some unexpected benefits with the Wi-Fi bridge that was installed with the security system. Unbeknownst to us, we now have this extra Wi-Fi on the property that is going to be a huge benefit to us, the farmers, our shearers when they come to stay.
Yeah, all the benefits that been involved with trial, and they can potentially bring something that we probably had our head in the sand a little bit with. I mean, being involved with trial has sort of forced us to see what's out there and see what's available. I suppose it was talking with our agronomists to point out what could be of benefit to us, and that's probably fast-tracked our quest for a bit more knowledge and technology. I think I would suggest to them to find out about it and see what potentially can suit their farm or fit their farm, and anything that can save the time and lead to other things is definitely going to be a big positive.
Look, I would say that it's worth investigating. I can only think of a situation where a husband and wife can be away having a trip away, and they have no idea what the weather's doing at home, but the husband says we have to get home for either shearing, we have to get home for spraying tomorrow, we've got to do these jobs because we have to, but then when you find out that the weather is not appropriate for those jobs you had planned, you just might get that extra night away. I mean, that's a positive. I find that a huge benefit, so yeah, go for it.
that's the end of the presentation. If you want to receive updates from the program, I'm not sure how many of you know, but you can use that QR code to see the camera, get that, then that goes to a link to our newsletter. Sign up to that, and you'll get sort of further updates about our programs that will be announced in the future. That's the best way to stay in touch as to what the department is doing in this space. But thank you very much.
We can leave the QR code up for a moment. Over to you, Mark.
Yeah, thanks guys. This is something that we've been working on for a while with digital ag, and we hope to have a conference between combined with Gippsland later on in the year. And just to give you an idea with Wellington Shire, we've already rolled out with the National Narrowband Network, which is NNCO, as opposed to the National Broadband Network, which we're all pretty much aware of. And we've got on 12 council buildings right now. And with this narrowband network is that the cost of this product is really, really cost effective. Down to about $1 a month for the telemetry stuff. So it could be a trough level, it could be a tank level, it could be so forth. But one thing that is lacking in this shire, this gets home out of the smash us here, is that the soil moisture product is something to work on. But with this digital ag forum, we hope to address some of the issues that are going to happen with agriculture. With the moisture probes, is it will enable us, so when we do get the dry conditions, we can then say to state, federal government, okay, this is dry on record, or whatever, we're going to have some data. At the moment, we've got nothing. And if we go back to 2017, when the drought started, it wasn't until a Weekly Times article went through that actually recognised and actually geared federal and state government into action. Otherwise, it could have been another 3 or 4 months before we got, or 6 months before we had the action. So it took a media release from that slide that Nick showed a bit earlier on about how the dry conditions here, but we had soil moisture probes that would really trigger that. It's interesting when you listen to those farmers there. There's a really good example. You know, down-to-earth farmers probably knew nothing about it. See, the farmers probably a bit like me, you know, can't use a mobile phone. But by the end of it, embraced it, and quite often those farmers are actually coming up with solutions and inventing what needs to be done to their properties. So it's a bit of a game changer, a bit of a shift, a bit like Molly Bundaberg, a bit like the boats and frigates are going to be following with this. So it's about keeping up to speed with what's happening with this digital ag. But you know, for me personally, where I see this digital ag really, really important, it just seems like in the middle of summer, your humidity levels, your wind speeds and things like that just are fire, you know, so it makes people attuned and aware that humidity is down to 2 or 3%, we're in trouble here. So it's about triggering those messages. But yeah, watch this space. So hopefully come August we'll have a big forum between the two areas. So sorry to butt in there.
Not really. At this stage of the proceedings, I'd like to introduce you to Jen Smith. Jen is the General Manager at Gippsland Agriculture Group. She's going to be talking about how we can do things better when we do them together. Jen farms composite sheep and Angus cattle at Tambo Crossing and has completed a Masters of Business Administration at Fed University. She also won the Agribusiness Rising Champion Initiative in 2021, which was just last year. You might have forgotten. Over to you, Jen.
Yeah, so thank you, Wellington Shire, for having me. And I'm not sure who Mark's boss is, but he's one lucky bastard because today's a high country sales, and it's for a high country producer, it's the highlight of our day. So Mark is a yes man for those of us in the agricultural industry. He's been instrumental in supporting the group and the region's farmers over the last decade. He's definitely a significant achiever in our ag space. So I don't think there's anyone else I would have said yes to today. So good job, Mark. So just a bit of an update. I did sneak out before and get a bit of an update on what's happening in the sales. It's very, very wet. $1,800 to $2,700 on the cattle, and those premium breeding heifers are at $2,600. So she's red hot up there. A lot of excited farmers. I think there'll be a lot of celebrating tonight. So for those of you who those numbers don't make any sense. Let's assume that everyone in the room here is on $80,000 a year. imagine in 4 years' time getting paid $400,000. That's what's happening to cattle producers right now, from where we were 4 years ago to where we are now. So a lot of energy and a lot of excitement in being rewarded for what we're producing. Okay, yeah, so I'm Jen. I'm born in Melbourne and grew up in Hayfield. Went to school in Maffra and finished my year 12 exams and packed everything around in my car and went to Melbourne and was never coming back to the country. And a few years later, a primary producer captured my heart and we ended up in the high country at Tambo Crossing. And for me, it's been a real journey into agriculture and being immersed in an industry that gives so much and provides so much opportunity for those of us that are producers in it and also those that support us in the industry and agency. Gippsland Agricultural Group is a group that formed 2 years ago, and we've heard about the fires and we've heard about the drought. Out of adversity, really significant things happen, and Gippsland Agricultural Group was half a dozen farmers who had formed an informal network, and through that drought period they were helping each other. They were talking about where they were sourcing feed, what they were planting, what sort of moisture was needed to go in with some fast annual crops. They were really supporting each other practically and socially, and very importantly, mentally through that time. And those producers in that group sort of fared quite well, but could see, throughout that period that it wasn't inclusive. It wasn't, they said, how do we make this bigger? And so they called a public meeting and they had 120 producers show up in sale to say, yes, this is something that we want to be a part of. So the group grew quite rapidly through that period of time. The group operate the Gippsland Research Farm, which is on the fringe land of the Bairnsdale Aerodrome. If you want to know more about exactly what happens on that research farm, jump on our website or on your book. On your table, there's this year's annual results booklet. Happy to host anybody down there at any point in time, or organise the project coordinators to host you if there's something that takes your fancy there. How we operate. We work a lot with partner organisations, so often there's nothing new under the sun. We've got discussion groups and farmer groups right throughout our region. Small beef groups, land care groups, beef check groups, best wool, best lamb. Women in agriculture groups, lots and lots of different groups, and Gippsland Agricultural Group endeavours to work in partnership with those groups to try and fill in the gaps and to support those groups. We can see that there has been a decline, away from supporting those groups because maybe funding and initiatives often wants to support what's new and innovative, not necessarily what's been proven over time. The group is unapologetically production focused. Obviously, within the realm of production, you've got to be sustainable to be productive and to be profitable, but we do focus on that production side of agriculture and bring in elements of social elements and sustainability elements and those things. The group is producer-led, so we have a volunteer board of producers, and we have 4 groups. We've got soils, fodders, we've got pastures, and we have grains. And each of those groups have got each of those teams have got about half a dozen farmers that set the questions and drive the agenda for the type of work that we're doing on the research farm and on our satellite farms in the region. And one of the core pillars of our group, along with being producer-led and production-focused, is that peer-to-peer learning. So farmers learn best from other farmers, standing in the paddock with a shovel looking. And so in all of our work, we do try and bring that element of peer-to-peer learning in, bringing in the professionals, bringing in the industry to give us that content, and then encouraging that exchange of ideas between producers. One of the exciting things for our group is a recent announcement. We've been able to secure $987,000 to build the Gippsland Agricultural Centre. This centre is going to go at the fringe land at the Bairnsdale Aerodrome. So, Trevor and I were pretty excited sitting there this morning when Damian's talking about the opportunities that airport transport brings into a different area. To receive that sort of funding, we've got a big vision in our hearts, but sometimes I think in our culture we can play a bit small. But I think our vision and our aspirations for what this agricultural centre could be for this region. I think it may have doubled, even tripled this morning after Damian's presentation. So we're excited about what this centre will mean, not just for our producers, not just for, when we're having events and different things at the research farm, but for broader groups. There's about 15 different community groups in all different areas that don't have a space to meet. So we talk about, a football club having a home, or a family having a home, or a church having a building. That's what we feel like this space will be for agriculture in the region. We see this as a very significant joint venture between Wellington Shire and East Gippsland Shire. Through the drought, the way that the shires work together to support producers was a really significant strength in our armoury to combat some of those challenges. And so we really look forward to developing those partnerships across the LGA boundaries. At the moment, some of our trial work in our satellite farms spans from Cairn River, right through to Flynn. We're focused on a geographical area in terms of our climate, and so that east and central Gippsland seems to encompass some similar sorts of farming systems. You can see with the map there, Victoria Smart Farms and Victoria's drought hubs and nodes, there's a really significant gap. So this model, what we're talking about here, we know works. And we know it works because it continues to be invested in other parts of the state. So we're excited to put a dot on that map where that gap is. Okay, just a couple of other things on your table. Why does Gippsland Ag do what it does? And we think about people in the Wellington Shire like Ray Akers, and he's motivated from that kind of mental health, that community perspective. Check out the Hands That Feed You calendar on your table. Take one home, find a farmer, and give it to them. These stories are about why it puts fuel into the tank as to why Gippsland Agricultural Group exists and why we do what we do. As I mentioned before, the results booklet on your table it goes over our projects, and happy to talk to you in detail. Also, why the group does what we do is it's important in agriculture to tell our story. Marketing is such a key to success in lots of industries, and we've got an industry that is exciting, that is growing, and that does need to grow to meet those the food demands. And we've got an exciting industry full of growth, and those stories are worth telling. And when we can give producers, a network and a community to build those skills, we believe that will then carry out into our communities and further propel agriculture on its journey of growth. So that's the who, the what, the when, the how. Jeremy before talked about intent, and so what I'd just like to do in the next couple of minutes is to set an intent for you guys to convince you guys that in the agricultural industry we do better together. And this is a big thing about why within Gippsland Agricultural Group, those producers, when they set out initially to support each other, Jeremy talked about an unconscious intent. These guys had an intent to support each other through a tricky time. And now we're in the slipstream of that, and we get to be intentional about it. We get to flesh that out with a strategy and with a plan and with some capacity to extend it beyond ourselves. So my intent with these next couple of stories is to convince you that we do better together, to get you to reflect on a time when you've done better with someone else, and when other people have done better with your help. Luke before talked about, helping that next generation into agriculture. And so that's my intent. So this year, we've had, just over the last sort of 12 to 18 months, we've had a phenomenal season, the agricultural trifecta. So we've had high market prices, we've had phenomenal rainfall, and we've had low interest. And so what that has meant for producers is they've got a bit of breathing space, but they've also got an enormous amount of biomass on their farms. What do we do with it? We all remember the pain of drought. We all remember, buying in cardboard from the other side of the state and paying through the nose for it. And so, in the middle of this year, we said about our producers in our group are asking us, day after day questions around, what do we do to set this fodder aside for the future? And Luke was sharing before, if you remember, those images of, the stored fodder for the future. What that means for his business and what that means, for our LGAs and for jobs and things like that in the next drought is really significant. And so how do we take those stories and those examples and transfer that skills and that knowledge and confidence to other producers? And so we took some holes and we baled up some hay and we put some farmers in a paddock and we talked about it. And then we did it again. And within 3 weeks, there was 2 farmers, Flannel and Snowy. Within 3 weeks between them, these guys had more than $400,000 worth of fodder stored away for the future for the next drought. So that's why we do better together. Those guys coming into that period didn't have the knowledge and they didn't have the skills, but they had the intent to do that, and through our networking and group, we're able to support them in that endeavour. Also, the next story I want to share with you about doing better together is our own. Our farms in the Black Summer fires, all 3 of them, burned to the ground. It was a pretty stressful time, and being separated, I was on one lot of the farms and my husband on another lot. And the task in front of us was really significant to deal with that immediate aftermath. In Sarsfield, you remember they lost 25% of their homes. Half of those were the neighbours to one of our farms that burned. We had 450 kilo black steers that had burnt feet from the peat swamp there. And they weren't real happy, and they were a danger to themselves and they were a danger to those houses and the activities that were happening. And I've got 2 little kids in tow, and I've got this problem to deal with. And the only way I could do that was with the help of the rest of this group. Within daylight, I had 15 people there helping me to do that. So we do better together. We removed a risk and a problem in a very short space of time. And in adversity, there is that help that comes from a networking group like Gippsland Agricultural Group. But also today, I shared with you before about the high country sales. For those guys to be celebrating together, this is the highlight of the decade for some of these people. It's a triumph over the challenges, and because we've built that social capacity within the group, their ability to celebrate and their ability to increase their well-being is better because we've done it together over the last couple of years. So before I talked about intent, can you guys reflect on a time that you've done better because others have helped you, whether that's in agriculture or in your other pursuits? Can you think of a time when you've helped another person to do better? And my question for you guys today is, whether you're from agency or government or industry or you're a producer, as you endeavour to farm for success, who are you going to do it better with?
That was great. Thanks so much, Jen. And hopefully you won't be too far behind catching up to the cellos tonight, or maybe tomorrow night. Should be a good time to be good. Is it the Hilltop or the Golden Age? Okay. Elena joins us from Food and Fibre Gippsland to talk about something that I wasn't really expecting today when Mark invited me to come down here. I too didn't realise that no was an option when talking to Mark Coleman, so didn't nail that. Elena is part of the Food and Fibre Gippsland team. In fact, has been since December, was it the year before? Yeah. And as an industry placement program participant through Federation University, that's how you found your way. Elena's going to talk to us today about the future of food and the future of farming, including seaweed, which, yeah, okay, but also insects. And at this point, I'm just not sure what to say, so I'll hand it over to you.
Let's see if I can get the presentation up. Okay. Here we go. Thanks, Tab. And an extra special thank you to Mark Coleman and everyone at Wellington Shire today for an absolutely fantastic event. Incredible group of speakers, incredible energy in the room, and yeah, I'd just like to say thank you before I start today, so thank you. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Elena Nauta, and I am a graduate project officer at Food and Fibre Gippsland.
And today I'd like to talk to you about future proteins. So taking a look at insects and seaweed and how valuable and versatile they are as potential future protein sources and also as potential future industries for Gippsland. So Molly highlighted this in her presentation, but we are facing a huge protein demand in the future. So the United Nations has predicted that the population of the world will rise to almost 10 billion people by the year 2050. So during this time period, global meat consumption and that demand for protein is predicted to almost double. So this exponential population growth and demand for protein creates some really significant environmental, nutritional and food security challenges that traditional agricultural practice alone may have difficulty meeting. Enter alternative protein sources. So seaweed and insects have the potential to fill some of this protein gap as both alternative and complementary protein sources alongside traditional practice. So I like the term complementary because you can still have your beautiful steak dinner, as I did at the Criterion Hotel last night. However, there's also a place for these alternative protein sources at the table. They're not just future protein sources, they can potentially be a really valuable part of your diet. So AgriFutures Australia have identified both seaweed and insects as emerging industries, both with the potential to reach almost $10 million profit per annum in the next 5 years. And because of this, both seaweed and insects actually have the potential to become really valuable additions to the Gippsland and Australian agricultural landscape, so contributing towards the Australian government's overall $100 billion farming economy by 2030 goal. So the farming and consumption of insects for food is known as entomophagy. And entomophagy is actually not a new thing. So over 80% of the globe actually consumes insects regularly as part of their culture and part of their regular diet on a frequent basis. So this is predominantly across Asia, Africa and South America. However, the traditional owners of the land here in Australia actually consume over 60 known varieties of Australian insects currently and have been doing so for millennia. So as we are all probably aware, and Kath alluded to, the consumer knowledge and acceptance in Australia is still low. However, this consumer perception is changing rapidly and the potential market as a result for insect-based products in Australia is growing. So there's currently 3 species approved by Food Standards Australia, New Zealand or FSANZ for human consumption. So they are the house cricket, the super mealworm, and the mealworm beetle, which is also just known as the mealworm. So there's a 4th species that Molly actually alluded to in her presentation as well, known as the larvae of the black soldier fly. And this has been a subject of really extensive research as both a livestock and an aquacultural feed. I'll speak about this a bit more later on in the presentation, but it has incredible capacity to process organic waste, and it itself then can become a valuable source of protein. So taking a closer look at the nutritional profile of insect species, so I'll draw your attention to the graph on the right, my left-hand side, your right-hand side. So insects are a really valuable source of macronutrients, so particularly your protein and your lipids, as well as micronutrients such as iron, zinc and magnesium that are really quite difficult to get from even traditional protein sources. So as you can see in the graph here, they can actually be up to 70% protein by weight based on species and their feed substrate, so what they're fed. So we have crickets, 100 grams of crickets here in blue, and then we have 100 grams of ground beef here in the yellow. So you can see the crickets comparatively are actually about 60% protein compared to the ground beef, which is about 20% protein by weight. And they have a really good amino acid profile. So what that means is you have all 9 essential amino acids that we need as humans to create the proteins we need to function well. They're also a source of omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids in a favourable ratio. So what that means is most of us consume far too many omega-6s in our diets as opposed to omega-3, particularly if we don't eat fish on a regular basis. So insects have the potential to fill that gap. The carbohydrate you see on the left-hand side here in blue is actually from the chitinous exoskeleton of the insect. And one thing to be mindful of is that it can actually trigger an allergic reaction in people who are sensitive to crustaceans. So this figure here comes from the recent CSIRO Edible Insects Industry Roadmap, and it just highlights some of the incredible environmental benefits of insects compared to traditional protein sources. So as you can see at the top, almost all of the insect, in the case of mealworms, all of the insect is edible. So you've got a source of protein with no waste as you're processing it. Down below we have the land in metres squared to produce 100 grams of protein. So you can see the tiny amount here on the right hand side for mealworms and crickets compared to your traditional proteins. You've also conversely releasing a lot less CO2, so you're lowering the carbon footprint, and a lot less water and resources required to produce an equivalent amount of protein. So this slide here, I'll preface this with my introduction to the world of edible insects, which came from my colleague Ben and his experience at the Global Table event where he had chocolate-covered crickets in a can. And they were nice, right? They tasted pretty good. But it's not something, you're not going to eat it every day. It's not a staple part of your diet. However, these foods you can see here on the screen are things that we all probably eat on a regular basis. So you have cricket protein powder, which can be baked into baked goods to add some extra protein and micronutrients. You've got cricket corn chips, and you've also got a burger that's been made from mealworms. So that's courtesy of IKEA's Space 10 Innovation Lab, and it's been made from mealworms and spare vegetable materials. So it's some food for thought, literally, on would you eat insects if it was in a form like this and it tasted great. So moving on now to seaweed. So the term seaweed actually refers to macroscopic algae. So they're photosynthetic, multicellular organisms, and they're incredibly diverse. So they grow in a really wide range of marine environments. Seaweed is not a true plant. However, like plants, they use photosynthesis to obtain their energy from sunlight, carbon dioxide and water, and they have simplified root and leaf structures. So Australia actually is a seaweed biodiversity hotspot. So out of those 10,000 known species, over 6,000 are actually endemic to Australia. And they range in size from giant kelp, which can grow up to 60 metres and almost a foot in a day sometimes, to little small seaweeds that are only a few millimetres. And taxonomically, they're divided into 3 groups based on their colour, so red, green and brown seaweeds. So taking a look at how seaweed's actually farmed. So seaweed can be grown on or offshore through aquacultural practice. In commercial seaweed production, you use what's known as a hatchery to cultivate the fertile spores from the parent seaweed prior to being transplanted onto the ropes that are used in commercial farming. If they're not grown in the hatchery previously, they'll float away if you put them straight in the ocean on the ropes. So that hatchery step is really important. So seaweed aquaculture itself has the potential to be a carbon negative crop. Because the crop itself is taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere to grow, you're actually potentially what's called sequestering carbon, so removing it from the atmosphere and potentially assisting in mitigating the effects of climate change. So seaweed is an incredibly diverse resource. So far beyond sushi, far beyond what you see washed up on the beach, it's also, like insects, a complete protein source. So you're looking at all 9 essential amino acids we need, really rich in quite a wide variety of carbohydrates, lipids and minerals. And this makes it really versatile as what's called a biomass or biological mass. So in addition to human consumption, there's quite a lot of attention on seaweed as potentially a high protein supplement, high protein animal feed. Also, there's quite a lot of research in seaweed as a supplement to reduce methane emissions in cattle. There's trials
at Allen Bank and a few other research institutions looking at Asparagopsis, which is a red seaweed, and its potential to potentially reduce methane emissions in cattle. However, unlike Asia, which has a really strong market demand for particular seaweeds as a food source, in Europe and Australia, we don't have that same supply chain or market demand in place, so we can't rely on a single application to catalyse industry development. So, putting a spotlight now on food waste mitigation and also circular economy. So, for food security, reducing environmental impact and minimising our food wastage is really key to securing our food supply. So, both insects and seaweed have the potential to use far less environmental resources and arable land to produce a higher quality source of protein. So, as I mentioned earlier, the black soldier fly in particular can recycle and grow organic matter that's unsuitable for other purposes, so dairy waste, horticultural waste, even household waste in some circumstances, and they themselves become a source of protein for animal feed or potentially even human consumption. So it uses a circular model as opposed to a linear take, waste, use model. So seaweed itself as well can undergo what's called a cascade. So you extract the highest value component of the seaweed first, and then that remaining biomass is used for other applications. So you could take out the seaweed needed for pharmaceuticals or human consumption, and any leftovers potentially could go into fertiliser or into an anaerobic digester for energy. So you're not leaving any part of that resource as waste. So taking a look now at what the insect farming landscape currently looks like in Australia. So as of 2021, there are 14 active commercial insect farming businesses in Australia. You can see just here in this diagram, they're divided into feed, food and products. So feed as in agricultural feed or chicken feed potentially, food, so human consumption, and also products, so extension of the pet food market, also as fertiliser potentially as well. So most of these operations are quite small scale, and the current industry guidelines in place in terms of safe rearing and effective practice of insects still need quite a lot of work. However, there are systems in place to change this. So the Insect Protein Association Australia was formed around these issues and supports people who would like to get into the industry, and also safe rearing and effective practice with insect farming. So there's a lot of momentum in place. I think there's more than 14 actually now in circulation, I'd say. So a lot of momentum in this space. So taking a look at seaweed farming in Australia now. So like insects, the seaweed farming industry in Australia is quite small. It's largely driven by research at the moment. A lot of really promising interest in the field. However, there's very limited commercial scale seaweed farming operating in this space. So no large scale offshore seaweed farms in place. If you take a look at the diagram here, this is from the AgriFutures Seaweed Industry Blueprint. The vast majority of the seaweed we're importing at the moment for our food and also products such as nutraceuticals and pharmaceuticals we're importing, and most of our exports are not food. However, like insects, there's significant momentum in place to change this from research to industry. So, bringing it back to Gippsland now. So, what do we do? So, as the team at Food and Fibre, we work under what's called the Gippsland Smart Specialisation Strategy. So, GS3 is a collaborative and evidence-based approach to regional development, and we aim to further opportunities that utilise the region's existing strengths. So, both seaweed and insects are innovative opportunities that have the potential to capitalise on Gippsland's really strong traditions and strengths in agriculture. So what we aim to do, and I loved your presentation before, Jen, we really do everything better together. So our aim is to bring experts together from 4 sectors, so the community, government, industry and the education research sector, to discuss key issues that influence our direction of the project. So our overall aim is to assess whether these new industries are viable for Gippsland. And so far, our collaboration and our research has been really promising. So, should this viability be proven, we at Food and Fibre, in partnership with our partners and our collaborators, want to support the development of new industry. So, to conclude, both seaweed and insects, even though they're future proteins, they have the opportunity to be part of the new protein landscape now. So, there's significant national and international interest in the field, and Gippsland has the opportunity to be a part of this. So we have the opportunity to be at the cutting edge of these new industries in Australia. So as mentioned, they have some really incredible benefits nutritionally, environmentally, and from the circular economy perspective. However, without collaboration, we won't progress this from exciting, flash in the pan scientific research to tangible industry. And yeah, we look forward to being a part of that with everyone and sharing our progress. So thank you all for listening. I'd like to, I think we go into questions afterwards, but my details are on the screen. We'd love to hear from you if you'd like to get in touch, and thank you very much.
That was fascinating. I feel like insect farming is the kind of farming I could afford to break into at the moment. Right, well that concludes our formal presentations, and hats off to Elena and Jen with the difficult task of coming in at the later end of the day. I thought you brought great energy when perhaps you could be forgiven for not. So Mark, have we got a few moments to invite our panellists back for a little Q&A?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I know it's a bit late today, guys, but it'd be really good if you could the panels up. Any questions from the floor would be great. While we're getting out, I'd just like to say a few words. I'll say it now that I can have a beer a bit earlier than everyone else. Really good point Jim was making, working together. I'd just like to thank some of the guys from the Shire here to help us through the journey. Jeff A, Kirsten out there, she was the one who actually put the words together. People who know me, I'm not sure words with, it's not my forte. And interesting, people said, how do you do these speeches? I asked them, but I must say, there was just, everyone said yes straight away. Not one big, not one bribe, nothing. Hat goes off to these guys. They've all spent a full day out of their time, and that's why I feel had to go back. And Jeremy literally had to go back and sit on a tractor. There being massive labour shortages there in the horticultural space at the moment. So it just goes to show. Once again, Damian, Luke, Nick, Molly, John, Jeremy, Jenna, and Elena, absolutely fantastic. And just talking around the diversity of the people I spoke to, young or old, everyone's had a great day. Thanks, Kath, so much. To pull it together, keep us all in line. We're actually running ahead of time, which is just bizarre for us. Thanks to RDB. RDB helped fund this. This money has been sitting here for a couple of years. We went to run this event back 2 years ago. COVID put that on hold. And interesting, back then it was going to be on drought resilience and so forth. And people saying, why are we running this on drought? And I just think we've just got to not forget how bad it was and just prepare for the future. And I think, if you don't take anything out of this, if you don't prepare now, well, you've got no help from us in the future. And we really face this a lot, Nick and myself and Ray and other people who are right in the midst of this drought. The ones who did prepare didn't get rewarded, nowhere near enough for the ones that did nothing, leading up to it. I've just never forgotten that. I just think no acknowledgement for the ones that, some people didn't have their hand out and they didn't need it because they were prepared. And I think that's something that we'll sort of hope to aim for. RDB, Portside Catering, we've done the catering, absolutely excellent. Laurels and Green Walls, a great facility. And we'll just put a bit of tongue in cheek though. For those who didn't attend or didn't book in to attend, go back and tell them what sort of intent that they got. And I was just a bit disappointed with the numbers, I really were, considering last time we started this out in 5 days, about 180 dropped in, and there's no rhyme or reason. I still can't put a finger on it. I know we lost a few from mountain sales. I reckon probably 20 or more, but nowhere near 100. And I just think it's their loss, your gain, and when you are talking to the other farmers, say you missed out, guys. So, and once again, credit to Speak to be able to do this. Going back to the insects, you know, we're flat out trying to get our diet around the cows, let alone crickets and stuff. So it's another challenge we have to face. So thanks, guys.
Up the front means up the front. Bring a chair. Pull up a few. Have we got our man on the roving mic? Yeah? Okay. Right. Right. We better go begin with the mayor. Empire.
Firstly, thank you very much, speakers. It's been a wonderful day and I've got so much out of it. I thought, Elena, I'll start with you first. For a person that's been over to Cambodia and come up to a roadside stall full of big baskets of crickets, scorpions, silkworms, and big huntsman hairy spiders soaked in garlic and cooked for you to try. I didn't try the scorpions, but the other three, especially the spiders, nice and crunchy. The crickets didn't really like, but silkworms, my God, dish me up a big bowl of silkworms any day. It's like having a bowl of peanuts. They were spectacular. So in the future, if I could have some of those, I'd much appreciate it. But thank you again, everyone. There's so much I got out of that. And the sense from the speakers of how we're all here to do one thing, which is help everyone in the industry to succeed. And I see that's a real key, that we can bounce off each other. There's so many good stories, like Luke said, with the way you bury your future feed. I hadn't seen it on that scale. We see above the ground, and I was born up in this area, that you see that all the dairy farmers do their silage above ground, but I've never seen it underground. So that was an eye-opener for me. It's a peer-to-peer learning that we can have there, and the Farming for Success Day has been a great success. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll take that as a comment. Have we got, while the microphone finds the question, I wanted to ask you about the data, the farm data that you're collecting as part of the government. It's quite interesting who owns what, and are you hearing from farmers that they're nervous that perhaps they don't want commercial operations to know how much soil carbon they have or how much moisture they have in their soil? Is this privacy sort of concern that you're coming across?
Yeah, good question. Look, from our participants that have come through our program, we haven't actually had any concerns necessarily. The data that we're collecting as part of our program is purely device level data, and that's usually de-identified. So we collect obviously the weather, the moisture, and that's probably the most relevant information that we would have, the environmental data. Some of the farmers have purchased the animal monitoring sort of collars, cow collars, things like that, and that's just all predominantly movement-based data, which is it's quite hard without a reference point to the herd, stats for the herd numbers, breed, things like that. It's quite hard to get sort of value out of that. And so the data that we are sort of working with part of the trial is all device level data, and we are working on a program at the moment, working directly with farmers to have a discussion with them to sort of determine whether there will be a value from a shared data use case. So if you're sort of looking at information across the state, for example, or across the region for weather, would that be of value to farmers beyond just looking at their sort of own sort of microclimate on their farm? So we're exploring some of those use cases at the moment. But yeah, in response to the privacy situation, most farmers are quite happy to sort of work with us in that context. But we obviously haven't explored the broader implications of corporations using their data like that. Then farmers do own their data that they sort of derive from the devices, but the user agreement between them and the suppliers that they purchase from is very much a private contract between the two parties.
Maybe it's a bit like Google already knows everything about us anyway, so.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Alex.
Question to Luke, and great talk, I know you're running that. What performance measures did you measure in your genetic program?
Yeah, right. So we're everything from birth weight. So when we submit our data to the Animal Society, we submit there's normally about 2 or 3 200-day weights, there's normally about 2 or 3 400-day weights, and then maybe 1 or 2 600-day weights. Generally, people only submit 1, but we're weighing our cattle all the time. And then the bulls get scanned for rib fat, rump fat, IMF, and EMA. They also get scrotal, mature cow egg size. So we give them as much as we can, and you're well aware of EBVs in the cattle industry, and that's something that we're really behind on. It's one, it's their own fault, but 2, it's the New Zealand genetic pool's always been low on EBVs. We've never been worried because we like what we breed, but yeah, it's definitely something that we're working on. Because just younger generation of farm, the uni students, they love figures, they love numbers, so it's definitely something we're working on.
Okay. Some of the old farmers like it. Yeah.
The timber industry. We've got builders out here at the moment. We saw them unloading timber. The industry is going through turmoil at the moment that we can't get supply. Unfortunately, the state government has decided their wisdom to cut sustainable timber off, and there are so many challenges that you outlined to us. Where do you see the price? I know the supply is going to be an issue. We are importing timber, but a lot of our, I suppose, building industry, it's not just Gippsland thing, it's an Australia-wide problem. The price of timber is going through the roof and other products, and our poor old builders are getting caught in that, which dovetails right back to the core basis of that state government decision. Do you see that plateauing, or is it going to continue to skyrocket?
Oh, that's a tough. It's actually a global issue at the moment. So we're seeing the access to import is not an option really at the moment either. So there's been a lot of factors here. So we've had wind damage as well in a lot of pine forests. Gippsland's got a fair bit of that. Another 2,000 hectares was lost this year. Fires, of course, impacted a lot in closing down the public forests, which had already been squeezed right now anyway. So look, there's a lot of factors that have built up to the shortage of timber, and then the building industry is really feeling it, particularly also because there's a real push to have more carbon friendly building and to use more timber, less steel, less aluminium, these things that use a lot of energy and a lot of carbon to produce, use more timber. And that's difficult, and particularly in rural areas where you're looking for timbers that have good fire ratings, which these rural ones tend to be, and there's not much of it. So it's a real problem. And do I see it plateauing? I see, I'll tell you what has been good out of it, is that our state government has, I feel, in the last decade or 2, neglected the forest industry. It doesn't cast a lot of votes, pushed away, don't really worry about it. But what's inadvertently happened is that it's hitting the building industry, and that hits people building new homes, and that hits stamp duty, which is Daniel Andrews' little money pit. And now he's starting to do something about it concerned, because people are cancelling. I heard Metricon Homes cancelled tens of thousands of contracts because they set them up and they go, we can't get the wood for months and the price is going up, we can't do it, we're going to have to cancel and redo them. So finally we're seeing some action that we need to grow some trees, we need to do something about this in the industry. So it is good to see the action, it's just sadly always comes right at the end. We could have been planning for a long time ago. So yeah, I'm sure that's the question. Is it more info?
And just one question for Molly. Thank you very much for teaching me what a flexitarian is. much appreciated. And I was lucky enough to sit here with a couple of young farmers, and when AgTech come on, and you mentioned there was some trial people, he was one of the trial people that 12 months ago did collars on their cows, and just to learn on the app that was also shown, and the hours and hours that are saved by using a little bit of technology. They know when the cow is coming on heat, they know they can draft them at the yards when they come back into milk. I think we can all embrace and share the good stories about what technology is around to save the hours of work. The farmers can do other things which will help as well.
Just before we go, Jen, I'm really interested in your community-based work. How do you get people, and I think I'm sure all of you can talk to this, but how do you keep people involved when, Mark's just had a crack at people who haven't been able to get here today? There's so much competing interest for people's time, and you talked about the great example of when the shit really hits the fan and you've got an emergency. But how do you get people to keep being involved in the community and playing for things like drought when it has rain and there is grass?
Agility and responsiveness. So that program that I talked to you about, the Future Fodder program, didn't exist until 7 days before we delivered it. And it was a direct response to a need at the time. And, talking with a couple of industry guys here today, we've got a global issue, what's happening in Ukraine and fertiliser, and our producers are asking questions right now. And we're scratching our heads and we're saying, well, how do we put something together at the research farm right now, like it's got to go in the ground next week to answer the questions that are relevant right now to inform adaptation within the next 3 or 4 months. So I think when we're talking about research and development, when we're talking about extension and adoption in the agricultural industry, we have to be more agile. We can't sit around and have a meeting and design a trial and deliver it next year, because fertiliser is not going to be an issue next year. Something else is going to be an issue next year. So I think empowering and asking the questions, what are the questions that the producers are asking? Not what do we think people are asking, or not what is academia asking. And those things are all important. But in terms of maintaining our connection and our membership has grown, and people are coming back and are continuing to attend because of answering the questions that they're actually asking right now.
I think communication is key. It really is, and communicating on multiple levels, making sure that information is accessible and bringing people together. So we've had workshops where people working in the same space have never met each other, but they've been working on the same thing for the past 20 years and they didn't even realise. So I guess having the opportunity to come together and communicate is really key. So I guess communication through COVID was a huge challenge. So in terms of agility, we had to switch to a digital format for a lot of our events. So finding ways to stay connected if we can't meet physically, I think has been a huge thing, and hopefully will continue to be a part of a platform that we use even when we come here in person. So yeah. Yes, definitely.
Work is just what you're saying there about getting other people interested. I think what we see in the front row now is a younger generation. Someone asked me what generation was. I said, I'm one of the grumpy old men. And a lot of organisations are having trouble getting that succession going on. And when I try to get something of the younger generation to come along, they say, well, I don't really want to hang around with your grandfather. And so that this is, while we've got this young generation who are really firing up in the industry, I think it's really up to them to make sure that they don't let that generation gap arise again. And it's fantastic to see young, fresh faces there. And some of them aren't quite so young and fresh, but it is a problem throughout everything. And if we can keep that succession going, I think that's sort of where the future of agriculture and research lies.
A question to Jon. In your hardwood plantation nurseries, do you use any GM material or research?
No, not really. No, it's you know, for what we're doing at the moment, we're still at that really beginners stage. I mean, I talk to my staff and say farmers often work annually. We really work in decades and the decisions we make and the way we do that sort of thing. So at this stage, yeah. And also, I'll just add that a lot of the eucalypts aren't very good at things like grafting and cloning and those sorts of activities. They don't. Some species it works for, but on the whole, it's not very cost effective. Let's say that way. It can be done, but it's at this stage of technology it's such low output that you have to first principles a lot of the time. Yeah, not at this stage.
Working? Yeah, I'm going to put Molly on the spot here. Those sunflowers there, we just put that decoration in the florist. I said, yeah, it's a really good touch, it's farming for or whatever. And she looked at me horrified. She said, it has to represent Ukraine. And we're fully aware of Ukraine. But Molly, from a range perspective worldwide, where do we see ourselves right now in the next 6 or 12 months?
Is that crystal ball? So obviously we've had quite a good year, and that puts us in a good position to garner whatever opportunities come our way from a global grain supply perspective. But the fact is we don't know. We don't know what trade restrictions and what embargoes are going to be put in place as we move through this. We do know that supply chain out of Ukraine is really going to tighten up Europe, because there's a lot more free trade movement between Ukraine and the rest of Europe as there is Russia. So that's a bit of a concern, because people think Ukraine's a small country. It is not. It is a grain producing powerhouse, and so it's definitely going to pose some challenges. Who will make up the difference? I look to Canada, I look to South America, but time will tell, I suppose. Oh no, I can't talk about that.
Thank you. Just amazingly terrific today. I was just wondering, it's probably a couple of questions, well, a single question to a couple of speakers. It's about carbon credits and the word that I can never pronounce, sequestration, put in the carbon in the soil or in the trees. I was just wondering, does radio get carbon credits, or do they measure that in your production and then throw it to the farming sector about the difficulty actually and the cost of measuring the carbon in the soil, and then how long does it stay there because of fluctuating temperatures and moistures, and whether it's actually viable other than creates a bit of productivity. So to the timber industry first.
I've been planting trees for 25 years. To date, not a single one of them has accounted for carbon in terms of financially. But the changes that have been made at the end of last year mean that new plantations going forward will generate carbon credits, so to speak. There are some really good changes, and the price is quite high. I think the next challenge is going to be how does that then compete with agriculture, which is very strong at the moment, but the returns for carbon are looking so high for forestry now. It's gone from virtually nothing to very high that you can establish your trees very comfortably and get a return for 15 years afterwards. So you see that on your rainfall site. So it's going to mean, and all the push from the government to put in more trees to keep Australian paper going means that Gippsland's got a challenge going up. The government wants to try and put 30 or 40,000 hectare trees in Gippsland for pines, and put some land in it. And then you're going to get carbon money on top of that. Land prices are already sky high. I think the model we've got is a better one. probably reinvigorated it too. You've still got farming, you've got forestry in smaller areas, you're not putting such a big print on land. But we've got a timber shortage, so it's going to be a very interesting situation for years. I don't know how to handle it, to be honest, but yes, there's money on the table now for carbon, and it's been done in a very simple way. To get away from this, maybe my answer part of the question, to get away from this thing of those doing the measurement taking so much of the money out, the system is now very much a model base. So you put your data into the model and what it tells you, you get productivity. That's enough to get out. You can justify later, so I've got proof that I've actually done better than that. But they've made it quite generous so that you get away from all the measuring stuff. It's just that's your species, that's your landfall, like your land, put it in the models, there's enough money with that, which makes the decision making good.
I don't know so much about the sequestration side, and that's quite interesting, but what I do know is a bit about the demand. So now I'm having to put together contracts to supply manufacturing plants, and I'm used to just designing machines in the flow, and then you put a dollar figure on it, and then they come to you and say, well, how can we sharpen that up? But now I'm starting to get questions around what's that quantified carbon-wise. And we're now seeing plants being built that are definitely more expensive, far more expensive, but have a better on carbon emissions perspective, and people are making decisions on that. Because their board is demanding net zero for them, or net positive, like Damian mentioned, because the consumer is demanding that. So that's where I'm seeing the real driver from, and it's been crazy to take off of it. It was from whispers in the hallway of like this is coming to all of a sudden it being the normal demand. So yeah, just thought I'd touch on that.
You mentioned that, you know, productivity was an aside, and being a production-focused producer, I'm going to suggest that it's actually an opportunity for our region. So certain parts of Wellington and East Gippsland Shire are running at 50% state benchmarks for red meat and wool production on those land. And to your question, where's the land going to come from? If we can double the production on that land that is still sustainable, with superior genetics coming from farms like Luke's, with superior genetics in plant development, and all of this exists. This isn't new. We don't have to figure out how to eat a bug to do this stuff. There's people in the north end of the state that are doing this, and so if we can harvest that into our region, I don't know what the numbers are. I don't know if it's going to produce, you know, the volumes of land that they're after to do that. But I do think that there's a really significant opportunity with existing research and development to increase our production in those areas. And I think, and this is the first I've heard, not in the tree space, but he's saying it's simple, it's easy. You just put this in and you get that out and you make your decision. That's fantastic for the forestry industry. How do we get that simpleness into vegetable growing and into the dairy industry and into other agricultural pursuits across the board? Because there's a lot of confusion, like you said. We're all accepting of this within our agricultural systems, and you and I had this conversation at lunchtime. Give us the steps to make the decisions. Where there's a lot of ambiguity and confusion, you know, a system like that would be fantastic.
On the same sort of question, in your farming under the forestry in open space, would you consider, or have to measure, like the methane that's coming out the cow and the carbon dioxide that's taken in as part of the balance that you call yourself zero now on the system of courses?
Well, I think in fact we would say we're carbon positive meat producers, really. There wouldn't be too many of us around, but yeah, well, we've got way more. Most of our properties are predominantly trees with a few livestock, so the balance is massively in the trees. But yeah, look, it's a good question.
I've got to say, if a third of my property is under 8 trees at the moment, whole stuff, previous to that, and I'm running deep on the rest of it, then am I going to be obliged to put it even scout, see where, or could I say that the trees are compensating on 0
conference on this one, couldn't we? But look, what I will say is there's some fantastic organisations. You have to choose carefully. There are some very good organisations that are set up to help both farming and forestry people. Some of them got their noses well and truly in the trough. We're working with a group that is a non-for-profit group based in WA. They've been very helpful. They take a small percentage. Their goal is to see more money go to the owners, to the landowners, to the people who actually had the carbon, rather than all getting, taken through compliance and everything else, and people handling the contracts. So there are some good groups around, and I'd advise anyone have a look at them and chat to them, because they're working in this space. A lot of it's new. Everyone's having to work their way through it, but the model is a lot simpler, and it's got opening opportunity for conservation as well. Conservation plantings that were previously very expensive suddenly have carbon return on. So it's opening up, and watch it grow really, because I think it's going to get very, very quickly.
Just a quick comment on that one as well. Just it's not much I can really say at this stage, but AgVic also developing a program around this sort of carbon farming model, and how to really assess that on the farming or the carbon farming plan. That's to come. So just FYI, there's something to help producers to really navigate this space as well. But yeah.
Leave them wanting more. Yeah. That's probably a great place to wrap up today, I think, unless anybody was... Yep, great. I can't even see 2 feet in front of me, so I wouldn't know. I just want to join in the thanks to Mark for the program today. My initial thought when I looked at it was, what on earth do these people have in common? This is such a diverse panel of guest speakers, and each there has very much been a common thread about how you can develop and help your communities. And even though everybody comes from a very different background, it's been really quite inspiring and heartening to hear the different messages about how we do work best when we work together, and not being afraid to dream big and to try new things, and to acknowledge the hardship that has been, but also prepare for what is ahead, and to get into some cricket when the opportunity arises. So please join me in thanking our panellists, to Wellington Shire,